welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1, I never noticed it before. It wasn't there when friends visited or when I had groceries in my hands. But last night when the house was empty and silent, I saw it. A door standing at the end of the hallway where there had only been a blank wall before. The air smelled damp, tinged with something sweet, almost rot. My breath caught as I reached for the handle. I didn't want to open it, but I had the feeling it was already open on the other side. My fingers trembled against the cool brass knob. I pulled my hand away, walking backward until my spine pressed against the opposite wall. The door was made of dark wood, older than anything else in my home, with intricate carvings along its frame that seemed to shift when I blinked. A thin line of shadow marked the space between the door and the floor, as if a light shone from underneath. "This isn't real," I whispered, my voice sounding foreign even to my own ears. I closed my eyes, counted to 10, and opened them. The door remained. I went to bed that night without opening it, pulling the covers over my head like a child. Sleep came in fragments, broken by the sensation of being watched. When morning light filled my bedroom, I rushed to the hallway, finding only the familiar blank wall. I pressed my palm against it, feeling the solid surface, tracing my fingers over the paint. Nothing unusual. No seams, no outline, no evidence of what I'd seen. I convinced myself it had been a dream, a vivid hallucination born from working too many late nights. I invited a friend over for dinner that evening, and together we walked through the hallway several times. No door appeared. My friend noticed nothing unusual, and I didn't mention what I'd seen. Why worry someone else with my momentary madness? But when my friend left and silence settled back into the house, I felt a subtle change in air pressure. The hallway light dimmed slightly, and there it was again, the door exactly as before, standing where it had no right to exist. This time I approached it with determined steps. I took out my phone and snapped a photo. When I checked the screen, my heart sank. The image showed only the blank wall. I tried recording a video, narrating what I saw, but the playback revealed nothing but an empty hallway and my voice describing something invisible. I pressed my ear against the wood. A faint sound came through, something between static and whispers, with rhythmic undertones that reminded me of breathing. The sound grew louder when I touched the handle, as if responding to my presence. I started keeping a journal. Each night when alone, the door would appear. Each morning, it would vanish. I began testing its rules. If I invited someone over, it remained hidden. If I spoke on the phone while walking through the hallway, it stayed away. But the moment solitude enveloped me, it would materialize. The door never appeared in the same exact way twice. Sometimes the wood seemed darker, sometimes the carvings more elaborate. The handle changed from brass to iron to something that looked like bone. The only constant was its location, and the strange scent that accompanied it, that sweet-rot smell that clung to my nostrils long after the door disappeared. I grew bold after a week of observation. Standing before the door, I announced to the empty house, "I'm going to open you tonight." The whispers behind it intensified, and the gap beneath the door darkened, as if something had moved to block the light. My hand closed around the handle. It felt warm now, almost feverish, vibrating subtly against my palm. I turned it slowly, feeling ancient mechanisms shift inside. The door resisted at first, then yielded with a sigh. Beyond the threshold lay not another room of my house, but a narrow corridor stretching far beyond what should have been possible. The walls were lined with faded red wallpaper, peeling in places to reveal something dark moving underneath. The floor was covered in worn carpet that seemed to pulse as if breathing. Shadows gathered at the far end, deeper than mere absence of light. I didn't step through, not yet, but I stood transfixed, staring into this impossible space that existed within my walls. A whisper drifted from the darkness, forming syllables just beyond comprehension. The air from the corridor washed over my face, carrying that sweet trot smell, now mixed with something metallic. I closed the door firmly and backed away. That night I slept on the couch, away from the hallway. In my dreams I heard scratching against wood, as if something wanted to be let out rather than in. Morning came and the door was gone. I went about my day, distracted and uneasy. When evening fell, I invited a neighbor over, keeping the solitude at bay. We chatted about meaningless things while I kept glancing toward the hallway, relieved to see only the blank wall. After my neighbor left, I sat in the living room, lights blazing, television blaring, fighting the silence. Exhaustion eventually won. When I woke on the couch, the house was dark, the television screen black, and I knew, without looking, that the door had returned. This time I approached it armed with a flashlight and a kitchen knife. Ridiculous tools against something that defied reality, but they gave me courage. The door had changed again, taller now, with a red tint to the wood and a handle that looked like twisted metal. I opened it wider than before. The corridor beyond had changed too. The walls now displayed framed photographs, my photographs. Images from my life, moments I recognized, but with subtle wrongness. In each picture, a shadow stood behind me, growing more defined in each successive image. A cold draft brushed against my ankles, tugging gently, invitingly. The whispers formed words now, come see what waits. I stepped back and slammed the door shut. The handle burned cold against my palm, and I felt resistance, as if something pushed from the other side. I braced my body against the door until the pressure subsided. That night I didn't sleep. I sat watching the door, knife in hand. Near dawn, a thin black liquid began seeping beneath it, staining the hallway floor. When sunlight finally broke through my windows, both door and stain vanished, leaving no trace. I called in sick to work, spent the day researching the history of my home, looking for deaths, tragedies, anything that might explain what was happening. I found nothing unusual, just an ordinary house with ordinary past owners, nothing to explain the door. I considered moving out, but something held me back, a need to understand, to solve this mystery before it consumed me. I bought cameras, set them up throughout the house, focusing on the hallway. When I reviewed the footage the next morning, the cameras had captured nothing but an empty wall, even during the hours I sat staring at an open door. The door began appearing earlier each evening, staying longer each morning. The boundary between its existence and non-existence blurred. Sometimes I caught glimpses of it even when not alone, a faint outline visible from the corner of my eye, vanishing when looked at directly. I started documenting everything in notebooks, filling pages with descriptions, sketches, theories. My handwriting grew increasingly erratic as sleep deprivation took its toll. Friends noticed my deterioration, but attributed it to stress or illness. How could I explain what was happening without sounding insane? One night I opened the door and found a staircase descending into darkness. Another night, a mirror showing my reflection with black eyes and a knowing smile. Each manifestation more impossible than the last, each one feeling more like an invitation. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. Words became clear enough to understand. We've been waiting for you. This has always been yours. I began to wonder if the door had always been there, unseen until I was ready to perceive it. Perhaps it wasn't appearing at all, but revealing itself, uncloaking from some hidden dimension when conditions were right. Last night I made my decision. I packed a small bag, water, food, the knife, my journal. I stood before the door, which had grown to nearly twice its original size, the wood now black and glistening like wet ink. The carvings moved openly now, forming faces that watched me with hollow eyes. I turned the handle. Beyond lay not a corridor or staircase, but a vast expanse, a landscape of twisted trees and mist under an alien sky. In the distance stood a structure that might have been a tower or might have been something alive, swaying slightly. As I stepped through the threshold, the sweet-rot smell enveloped me completely. The door closed behind me with a sound like satisfied laughter. The ground felt soft beneath my feet, yielding slightly with each step. The air tasted like metal and memory. I've been walking for what feels like hours. My watch stopped working the moment I crossed over. The tower never seems to get closer, yet I know that's where I must go. Sometimes I hear footsteps behind me, but when I turn, nothing is there, just my own tracks in the strange, dark soil. I don't know if I'll find my way back. I don't know if I want to, but I had to see what waited on the other side, this place that called to me so persistently. The door found me for a reason. It chose me, singled me out. And now I understand why. This place feels familiar in a way I can't articulate, as if I've returned to somewhere I've always belonged but never knew existed. The whispers surround me now, welcoming me home. If someone finds my journal back in what I once called reality, know this: some doors exist only for those meant to open them. Some thresholds are waiting specifically for you, and when you find yours, you'll recognize it instantly. Just like I did mine. Story 2, the mist rolled in thick, swallowing the street, muffling sound. I pulled my jacket tighter and kept walking, listening to my footsteps echo against the pavement. Then I saw them. Hands, just hands emerging from the fog, reaching forward, fingers twitching. The scent of damp stone filled my lungs as I stumbled back. I couldn't see their faces. I didn't know if they even had any. My heart hammered against my ribs as I backed away. The hands remained still, pale fingers suspended in the white haze. I blinked, convinced my mind was playing tricks. When I looked again, they were gone. I should have turned around, should have gone home. Instead, I stepped forward, my curiosity overriding my fear. The fog parted slightly around my body as I moved, thick tendrils clinging to my clothes. Hello, my voice sounded small, absorbed by the dense air. No response came. That night, sleep evaded me. Every shadow in my bedroom seemed to shift and pulse. The window glass reflected strangely, showing movements where there should be none. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, an effect of stress and exhaustion. Morning came, and with it a strange sound, a gentle tapping at my bedroom door. When I opened it, the hallway stood empty. But on the floor lay a single white glove, slightly damp to the touch. I picked it up, examining the fine stitching. It looked handmade, crafted from an unusual material I couldn't identify, not quite leather, not quite fabric. I placed it on my dresser, intending to ask my neighbors if they had lost it. But as I showered and dressed, the glove nagged at my thoughts. Something about it felt wrong, unnatural. When I returned to my room, the glove had moved. Not far, just a few inches from where I'd left it, but I was certain of the change. I took a photo with my phone, documenting its position. Then I left for work, locking my door behind me. The fog returned that evening, thicker than before. It crept up from storm drains and oozed from between buildings. The streetlights created halos in the mist, their glow diffused and eerie. Walking home, I felt watched, followed. Something brushed against my shoulder. I whirled around, but saw nothing. Then it happened again, a light touch on my back. When I reached my apartment building, I ran inside, slamming the door behind me. Safe in my home, I checked the photo I'd taken that morning. The glove in the image wasn't where I remembered placing it. In the photo, it lay flat, fingers pointing toward the door, but I distinctly recalled positioning it with fingers toward the window. I stared at my phone, wondering if my memory was failing me. When I looked up, the glove was gone from my dresser. I searched every corner of my apartment, moving furniture, checking closets. Nothing. Eventually, exhausted, I collapsed into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin. The heating system clicked on, blowing warm air that carried an unfamiliar scent, something like wet earth and decay. My dreams that night were vivid. I walked through endless fog, following the sound of whispers that seemed just ahead of me. Occasionally, I'd glimpse pale fingers beckoning from the mist, disappearing when I got too close. I woke to find my apartment filled with fog. Not smoke. I checked the alarm, which remained silent, but actual fog swirling gently in my bedroom. The air felt dense and cool against my skin. Impossible, I thought. Windows closed, doors locked, yet here it was. More disturbing were the marks on my bathroom mirror. In the condensation, finger trails formed patterns that almost resembled writing. I took more photos, documenting everything. When I wiped the mirror clean, the marks reappeared moments later. That day, I began researching. I avoided mentioning the hands or the fog to anyone; they would think me unstable. Instead, I searched online for similar experiences, for explanations of hallucinations and perceptual anomalies. I found nothing satisfying. The white glove reappeared on my kitchen counter while I was making dinner. I approached cautiously, then noticed something new, dark stains on the fingertips, like ink or perhaps dried blood. When I touched it, the material felt warm. I dropped it into a plastic bag, sealing it for evidence. Evidence of what, I wasn't sure, but I needed something tangible, something to prove to myself that this was real. That night, I set up my phone to record my bedroom while I slept. I closed my door, checked under the bed, verified the windows were locked. I placed the bagged glove on my nightstand where I could see it. Sleep came fitfully. I kept waking, certain I'd heard movement in my room. Each time I found nothing amiss, though the sealed bag seemed to change position slightly between my wakeful periods. The morning revealed the truth. My recording showed something extraordinary. At exactly midnight, fog began filling my room, seeping in from nowhere visible. The glove in the bag moved on its own, fingers flexing as if worn by an invisible hand. Most chilling of all, the covers on my bed depressed in places, as if someone or something sat beside me while I slept. I watched the recording 17 times. There was no explanation, no trick of light or technical glitch that could account for what I saw. I was being haunted not by a ghost in the traditional sense, but by something I could only describe as fragments, pieces of entities, hands without bodies, presence without form. The fog appeared every night after that. I started sleeping with the lights on, which seemed to keep the hands at bay, though I would still wake to find things moved, rearranged. More gloves appeared, always in pairs now, placed neatly side by side on different surfaces. I began documenting everything meticulously, taking photographs, keeping a journal, recording temperature changes and unusual sounds. The more attention I paid to the phenomenon, the more pronounced it became. The fog grew thicker. The hands became bolder, no longer retreating when I noticed them. One night I woke to pressure on my chest. Opening my eyes, I saw nothing in the darkness, but felt distinct impressions, 4 fingers and a thumb, pressing gently against my sternum. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. The weight increased until breathing became difficult. Then, as suddenly as it began, it lifted. I turned on the lamp to find my sheets covered in damp, sooty handprints. My research became obsessive. I neglected work, friends, basic needs. My apartment transformed into a documentation center, walls covered with photos, notes, sketches of the hands in various positions. I mapped their appearances, tracking patterns and frequencies. Something became clear. They were trying to communicate. The finger marks on my mirrors evolved from random smears to deliberate patterns. Not quite letters, but intentional symbols that repeated. I began copying them, learning their shapes, attempting to decipher meaning. My neighbors complained about strange noises from my apartment. I hadn't made any noise, at least, not that I was aware of, but they described sounds of scratching, tapping, sometimes crying. Management sent someone to check my walls for pests. They found nothing. The turning point came when I discovered a hidden message. While reviewing photographs I'd taken weeks earlier, I noticed something in the background of one image. In the fog-filled corner of my bedroom, barely visible, a word scratched into the wall, my name. That night I waited in darkness. No lights, no recordings, just me sitting on my bed waiting for them to come. The fog rolled in on schedule, thick and pulsing with strange life. I felt the temperature drop as shadow shapes moved within the mist. "I see you," I whispered. "I know you're trying to reach me." The fog swirled faster, agitated by my acknowledgement. From its depths emerged hands, dozens of them, pale and grasping, emerging from nowhere. Some large, some small, some gnarled with age, others smooth as a child's. They reached toward me, fingers splayed. I extended my own hand, palm up, offering connection. "What do you want from me?" A single hand, larger than the others, moved forward. Its fingers intertwined with mine, cold and solid and undeniably real. The touch sent visions cascading through my mind, fragments of lives, of histories, of people lost in fog much like this one. People who had reached out just as I was doing. The hand pulled, gentle but insistent. I resisted at first, then yielded, allowing myself to be guided forward. The fog parted before me, revealing what seemed like a doorway of pure white light within my bedroom wall. The opening pulsed, expanded. Beyond it, I glimpsed figures incomplete, fragmented, like photographs with pieces cut out. They beckoned, their partial forms shifting in and out of visibility. I understood then that the hands were not haunting me, they were inviting me, calling me to join something larger than myself. I stood at the threshold, torn between fear and fascination. The hand holding mine squeezed once, reassuringly. I took a single step forward into the light, into the unknown. Behind me, my apartment door remained locked, my windows sealed. My journal lay open on the desk, filled with observations and theories. My phone contained hundreds of photos and videos documenting the impossible. But I was gone, become something new, something partial. Something waiting in the fog for another curious soul to notice, a hand reaching out from the mist, fingers twitching, beckoning them forward into mystery. Story 3. I woke up, stretched, and shuffled into the kitchen only to stop cold. My house was different. The walls had shifted, the furniture rearranged. The air smelled like old wood and something faintly metallic. My stomach twisted as I turned in slow circles. The front door was still there, but the windows were gone. I ran my fingers along the smooth wall where my kitchen window should have been. The paint felt slightly warm, almost alive beneath my touch. Had I sleepwalked into someone else's home? No, these were my things: my coffee mug on the counter, my notebook beside it, my jacket hung on the chair. But everything felt wrong, shifted mere inches from where they should be, creating an uncanny valley of domestic familiarity. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding flat against the windowless walls. No echo, no resonance. The sound died immediately, as if the air itself had swallowed it. I moved through each room, cataloging changes with growing unease. The living room had narrowed, its ceiling now impossibly high. My bedroom door had migrated to the opposite wall. The bathroom sink dripped with a rhythm that seemed to follow my heartbeat, speeding when I noticed it, slowing when I tried to ignore it. My phone was on the nightstand, exactly where I'd left it. I grabbed it, fingers trembling as I dialed my sister. "Jane, something's wrong with my house." Her voice came through distant, fragmented. "What do you mean?" "Everything's changed. The windows are gone. The walls have moved." "Are you feeling okay? Did you take something?" "No, I'm not hallucinating," I snapped, though doubt crept in. "Can you come over?" Static filled the line, punctuated by what sounded like whispers. Then Jane's voice returned, distorted. "I'll be right there." While waiting, I decided to document everything. I took photos, though the images looked strange, corners blurred, shadows falling at impossible angles. I wrote detailed notes in my journal, pressing the pen so hard against paper that it tore in places. The knocking startled me, 3 firm raps against the front door. Relief flooded through me as I rushed to answer it. Jane stood on my porch, looking concerned. "What's going on?" I pulled her inside. "Look around, tell me what you see." She frowned, glancing around the entryway. "Your house looks the same as always." No windows, the shifted walls, the ceiling in the living room. Her frown deepened. "The windows are right there." She pointed, but I saw only blank walls. "Maybe you should see a doctor." "I'm not crazy," I whispered, but uncertainty gnawed at me. Was I having some kind of breakdown? I showed her my photos. "These just look like normal pictures of your house," she said gently, "though they're a bit blurry." After Jane left, promising to check on me later, I sat in the middle of my living room floor. I needed to think rationally. If the house had physically changed, there would be evidence beyond my perception. I grabbed a measuring tape from my toolbox and began documenting dimensions, comparing them to the house plans I'd received when I purchased the property. The measurements didn't match not the original plans, nor what I remembered. The house was larger inside than outside, with angles that didn't add up. I drew diagrams, calculated square footage, and found mathematical impossibilities. That night, sleep evaded me. The darkness felt thick, pressing against my skin. I swore I heard scratching inside the walls, not mice or insects, but something deliberate, rhythmic, almost like writing. Morning brought no windows and no sunlight, yet somehow the house was dimly illuminated. The air felt heavier, dense with something that wasn't quite moisture. When I breathed deeply, I tasted copper on my tongue. I decided to mark the walls to see if they moved again. I drove nails at specific points, measured the distances between them, and photographed everything. Then I went about my day, trying to maintain normalcy despite the wrongness surrounding me. My laptop screen flickered as I tried to work, displaying brief images that didn't belong: schematics, floor plans, faces I didn't recognize. When I looked directly at them, they vanished. When I looked away, they returned at the corner of my vision. The bathroom mirror reflected a version of me that seemed slightly delayed, movements a fraction of a second behind my own. Sometimes, when passing quickly, I caught it looking in a different direction. By evening, the nails I'd driven into the walls had moved. The measurements had changed. My photographic evidence showed different nail placements than I remembered creating. My journal entries became increasingly frantic, my handwriting distorted. That night, I discovered a door that hadn't existed before. Small, about half my height, it appeared in the hallway wall. No handle, just a seam in the wallpaper. I pressed my ear against it and heard what sounded like breathing. I shouldn't have opened it, I know that now, but I had to know. The door swung inward silently, revealing a narrow passageway that shouldn't have fit within the dimensions of my house. The walls of this corridor were covered with writing, thousands of words scrawled in what looked disturbingly like my own handwriting. Dates, observations, theories about the house, notes I hadn't written yet. I crawled through, flashlight trembling in my grip. The passage led to a room perfectly circular, with a ceiling that disappeared into darkness. In the center stood a desk, my desk, with my journal open upon it. But this journal was filled, every page covered with desperate scribbles. I approached slowly, dread building with each step. The final entry caught my eye. It feeds on attention. The more I notice, the more it changes. The more it changes, the more I notice. A perfect cycle. I need to stop looking. A noise behind me. The passage had vanished, replaced by smooth wall. The circular room now had 7 identical doors. I tried each one. 6 led to versions of my house, each more distorted than the last. Rooms stretched like funhouse mirrors, furniture melded with walls, ceilings that dripped without getting wet. The 7th door led to what appeared to be my normal house, windows intact, dimensions correct. Relief washed over me as I stepped through this door, back into normalcy. I ran my hands over the familiar windowsill, felt sunlight on my face, heard birds outside. Everything was right again. Until I noticed my sister sitting on my couch, flipping through my journal. "Jane, when did you come back?" She looked up, but her features were slightly wrong, eyes too wide, smile too fixed. I never left. I backed away. "You're not Jane." Not Jane stood, movements fluid yet somehow mechanical. "You're very observant, that's the problem." "What are you?" "Part of the house, part of you. The boundary is thinner than you think." I ran for the front door, yanked it open, and found myself staring at a brick wall where my porch should be. Not Jane's voice came from behind me. "The house changes because you expect it to change. Your fear reshapes it. Your documentation feeds it. Your attention gives it form." I turned slowly. How do I make it stop? Stop looking for changes. Stop measuring, documenting, photographing. Stop feeding the cycle. "And if I don't?" Her smile widened beyond human capability. "Then the house keeps changing, and eventually so do you." I've been trying for days, or what feel like days, without windows to mark the passage of sunlight. I've been living as if everything is normal. I don't measure rooms anymore. I don't take photos. I ignore the new doors that appear, the walls that breathe, the floor that sometimes isn't there when I first step on it but solidifies under my weight. My sister visits regularly, though I can never remember her arriving or leaving. Sometimes she looks right, sometimes she doesn't. I pretend not to notice either way. The house has settled into a new configuration, not what it was before, but consistent in its inconsistency. The windows haven't returned, but I've stopped missing them. The air still tastes like metal, but I've grown accustomed to it. I keep this journal hidden, writing in it only when the house seems distracted. It's the only record of what happened, what continues to happen. Sometimes I find entries I don't remember writing. Sometimes words disappear from the page as soon as I look away. The house and I have reached an understanding. I pretend it's normal, and it pretends I'm still me. But deep down, I know we're both changing. The boundaries blur more each day. Sometimes I feel the weight of someone walking across my roof as if they're walking on my chest. Sometimes I discover rooms inside myself I didn't know existed. And sometimes, late at night, I hear knocking. Someone at the door, someone new. I wonder if they'll notice that something's wrong. I wonder if they'll see that the windows are missing, that the dimensions don't add up. I wonder if the house is hungry for new attention. I should warn them, I should tell them to stop looking, stop noticing. But part of me, the part that might not be me anymore, hopes they'll come in and start measuring. Story 4, it was small, just a carved stone figure I found in the garden when I moved in. I placed it on the windowsill, thinking nothing of it, but every day it changed. One morning its head was tilted. The next, its hands were clasped where they hadn't been before. The air smelled like damp clay and something sharp, like burned leaves. And last night, when I woke up, the statue was sitting on my nightstand. I remember picking it up that first day, an unusual little thing of mottled gray stone. A humanoid figure sitting cross-legged, its features worn almost smooth, yet still bearing an expression I could only describe as waiting. Its weight felt perfect in my palm, cool and somehow comforting, like a worry stone meant to be held. The changes were subtle at first, so subtle that I questioned my memory rather than reality. Had its head always been angled that way? Were its arms always positioned like that? I took photos with my phone, determined to document any differences. The photos should have settled it, provided evidence one way or another. But when I looked back at them, the images were blurry where the statue appeared, as if my camera couldn't quite focus on it. My home felt different after finding the statue. The silence gained texture. When I would sit reading in the evening, the quiet would occasionally break with a soft scratching sound, like stone against wood. It always came from wherever I had last placed the figure, but when I looked, nothing moved. Only that faint smell of clay would linger in the air. I began testing it. I positioned the statue precisely, measuring the distance from the edge of the shelf, angling its head exactly forward, then left the room. When I returned, nothing would have changed, but if I fell asleep or became deeply absorbed in something else, that's when it moved. It became a game, then an obsession. I drew chalk outlines around it. I balanced tiny scraps of paper on its head that would fall if disturbed. I even set up my phone to record it overnight. The recordings showed nothing unusual except for periodic moments when the screen would flicker, just for a fraction of a second, and afterward the statue would be in a slightly different position. The smell of clay grew stronger. On the 7th night, I woke to find it sitting on my bedside table, though I'd left it downstairs. Its blank eyes seemed to watch me as I slept. I placed it back downstairs before returning to bed, but my sheets now carried that same earthy scent. I considered throwing it away. I even drove to a distant dumpster and tossed it inside. The weight of it leaving my hand felt momentarily liberating, but when I arrived home, it was waiting on my porch, streaked with something dark that looked like soil. After that incident, an unsettling pattern emerged. The statue would be closer to me each morning, from the living room shelf to the hallway credenza to my bedroom doorway, always advancing. The smell of clay and burned leaves permeated everything: my clothes, my food, my breath. I consulted local history books, searched online forums about cursed objects, even visited an antique dealer who specialized in unusual artifacts. The dealer examined it through a magnifying glass and said something that still echoes in my mind: "This stone isn't from around here, not from anywhere I recognize." When I asked what he meant, he pointed to strange, almost crystalline patterns in the rock, stone forms based on its environment. This formed somewhere with conditions I've never seen before. That night I locked the statue in a metal box secured with a combination lock. I placed the box in my closet and wedged a chair under the doorknob. As I tried to sleep, the smell of clay was overwhelming, and beneath it, something else, a metallic tang like blood. The scratching started around midnight, not from the closet, but from under my bed. It grew louder, more insistent, until I had to cover my ears. When I finally gathered the courage to look under the bed, I found nothing but dust and the faint impression of what looked like tiny footprints in the carpet. The metal box sat open on my dresser the next morning, empty. The statue was back on my nightstand, but different now. Its legs were unfolded, as if it were in the process of standing up. I became aware of changes in myself. My fingernails had a grayish tint. My skin felt drier, almost papery. When I caught my reflection in mirrors, it seemed to move a fraction of a second too late. I started documenting everything in a journal, taking photos of the statue and myself daily. The photos of the statue remained frustratingly blurry, but the ones of me showed a gradual change: my posture stiffening, my expressions becoming more fixed, my eyes developing the same waiting look I'd first noticed in the statue. The dreams began next. In them I was somewhere dark and compressed, unable to move. I could sense others around me, also immobile, also waiting. There was a constant pressure from all sides, and above us, something massive continued to add more weight, more layers. We waited as minerals slowly replaced what had once been flesh. I woke from these dreams feeling heavier, my joints stiff as stone. Moving became difficult, speaking became an effort. I found myself standing still for hours, staring at nothing, my mind drifting to thoughts of deep earth and endless waiting. One night I realized I could hear whispers coming from the statue, not audible words, but impressions that formed in my mind. Ancient memories that weren't mine, of being buried, of changing slowly from one substance to another, of finally breaking free from the earth only to be confined again in this form, waiting for a new vessel. I became desperate. I tried to leave my house, but found I couldn't cross the threshold. My legs would simply stop moving at the doorway. I called friends, but when they arrived, I couldn't bring myself to tell them about the statue. Instead, I watched them from across the room, standing unnaturally still, saying nothing until they left, disturbed by my behavior. As my mobility decreased, the statues increased. I would catch glimpses of it moving in my peripheral vision, tiny shifts of position when it thought I wasn't looking. It would freeze instantly when I turned toward it, but I knew what I saw. I devised a plan. I set up mirrors around my bedroom so I could watch it from multiple angles. For the first time, I caught its movement reflected in the glass, a slight turn of the head, the gradual unfolding of stone limbs. It knew I was watching, and it didn't care anymore. That night, I woke to find it sitting on my chest, its weight crushing. Its face was inches from mine, no longer featureless, but bearing a grotesque approximation of my own features. The smell of clay was suffocating. I tried to push it off, but my arms felt heavy, unresponsive. When I looked at my hands in the dim light, they appeared gray and textured like stone. The statue leaned closer, pressing its forehead against mine. The whispers became clearer. "We trade places now." I understood then it needed a new vessel, and I had been chosen. It would take my flesh, and I would take its stone. A fair exchange, in its mind freedom for imprisonment. I fought with everything I had left. I forced my stiffening limbs to move, knocking the statue to the floor. It didn't break, but landed with a dull thud. For the first time, I heard it make a sound, a low, grating noise like rock scraping against rock. Using the last of my strength, I dragged myself to the kitchen. My legs barely responded, and my skin had developed a rough, grainy texture. I could feel the change spreading through me, hardening everything it touched. The statue followed, sliding across the floor with jerky movements, leaving faint scratches on the wood. Its face now looked exactly like mine, down to the smallest detail. Only its eyes remained different, alive with hunger and ancient patience. With trembling hands, I grabbed a hammer from a drawer. The statue moved faster now, almost running. I brought the hammer down just as it reached for my ankle. The impact sent shards flying across the room. One sliced my cheek, and I was shocked to see blood still red, still human. The larger pieces of the statue continued to move, scrabbling across the floor toward me. I smashed each one until nothing remained but dust and tiny fragments. The air was thick with clay dust and that sharp smell of burned leaves. I swept every piece into a container and buried it deep in the yard. As I worked, I noticed the stiffness in my joints subsiding. By dawn, my skin had lost its gray pallor. But something remained. When I look in the mirror now, my reflection sometimes pauses before mimicking me. When rain falls, I feel a deep, inexplicable dread, as if the water might dissolve me. And sometimes, when the house is quiet, I hear faint scratching beneath the floorboards, growing louder by the day. The garden where I found the statue is overgrown now. I can't bring myself to tend it. Something new is growing there, right above where I buried the fragments. Small stone protrusions push up through the soil like fingers reaching for the sky. I should leave this place, but I find I cannot. My feet won't carry me beyond the property line. And each night I stand a little longer at my window, watching the garden, waiting with a patience that doesn't feel like my own. Story 5. It started as a faint murmur, something I could dismiss as pipes shifting in the night. But as the days passed, it became clearer. A voice, soft, deliberate, speaking in a language I didn't understand. The scent of dust and something bitter filled the air as I knelt, pressing my ear to the wood. The whispering stopped, and then beneath me something knocked. I recoiled, my heart hammering against my ribs. One knock, then another, then 3 in quick succession. Not random, intentional communication. My home had always felt safe, a sanctuary of warm wooden floors and soft ambient light filtering through cotton curtains. Now the shadows in the corners seemed to stretch a little longer. The familiar creaks of the house no longer brought comfort but suspicion. I told myself what anyone would: old houses make noise, foundations settle, pipes contract and expand. Yet I found myself avoiding that spot in the living room, rearranging furniture to place a heavy bookshelf over the area where the knocking had occurred. Sleep became elusive. I would lie awake, ears straining for sounds from below. Sometimes I heard nothing. Those nights were almost worse, the anticipation more terrifying than any actual noise. The morning I found the small puddle on the floor was when everything changed. The bookshelf had been moved, not dramatically, just a few inches to the right. Beneath it, a dark liquid had seeped through the floorboards. It wasn't water. The consistency was thicker, and the smell metallic and organic made my stomach turn. I touched it with my fingertip. It was cold, but hadn't dried completely. When I tried to wipe it away, it smeared, leaving a rusty stain on the wood. That day I went to the hardware store and bought tools: a pry bar, a flashlight, gloves, and a face mask. Whatever was beneath my floor, I needed to confront it. Knowledge, even terrifying knowledge, had to be better than this creeping dread consuming my thoughts. I waited for daylight to be at its strongest before I began. The living room was flooded with natural light as I moved the bookshelf and knelt beside the stained floorboard. My hands trembled as I wedged the pry bar into the seam between boards. The wood groaned as it separated from its neighbors. The sound seemed to trigger a response, a soft rustling from below. I froze, listening. Nothing followed. With renewed determination, I pulled harder. The board came free with a crack that sounded like a gunshot in the quiet house. Dust billowed up, and with it came that same bitter smell, stronger now. I covered my mouth and nose with the mask and shone the flashlight into the dark space. At first I saw nothing unusual, just the expected joists and insulation. But as dust settled, something caught the light. A small object, half buried in the dirt of the crawl space. I reached down, my fingers brushing against something smooth and cool. I pulled it out. A notebook, old, its leather cover cracked and faded. The pages were yellowed, filled with handwriting I didn't recognize, tight, cramped letters in what appeared to be the same foreign language I'd heard in the whispers. Scattered among the text were drawings, intricate diagrams showing what looked like floor plans. With a chill, I realized one matched the layout of my house perfectly, but that wasn't the most disturbing part. In the diagram, there was a space marked beneath the living room floor, a space that shouldn't exist according to any plans I'd seen when purchasing the house. The knocking came again, sharp and insistent, not from below this time, but from inside the walls. I dropped the notebook, scrambling backward. The knocking moved, traveling around the room as though something was circling me, testing the boundaries between its space and mine. I gathered my courage and retrieved the notebook, flipping through pages until I found something I could understand: a photograph, slipped between pages near the back. Faded and sepia-toned, it showed a group of people standing in front of a house, my house, though the surroundings looked different. Their faces were blurred, not from damage to the photo, but as though they had been moving when it was taken. All except one, a child standing in the center, looking directly at the camera with perfect clarity. The resemblance struck me like a physical blow. The child looked like me. That night I dreamed of dirt filling my mouth, of walls closing in, of voices calling my name from deep within the earth. I woke gasping, sheets soaked with sweat. The bedroom was different, subtly wrong. The doorway seemed narrower, the ceiling lower. The walls had moved inward by inches. I began documenting everything. I took photographs of rooms to compare day by day. I recorded the sounds with my phone, listening to them obsessively, trying to decipher words in the whispers. I measured the dimensions of every room each morning and night. The evidence was undeniable. The interior space of my house was shrinking while maintaining its external appearance. In the notebook, I spent hours trying to translate the writing, searching online for linguistic matches. Nothing came close. The stains on the floor returned despite my repeated cleaning. They appeared in new places under the bathroom sink, beside my bed, along the baseboards in the hallway, each one accompanied by that bitter, metallic smell. I stopped leaving the house. Friends called, but I let their messages go unanswered. The outside world seemed increasingly distant and unreal compared to the mystery consuming my home, consuming me. The knocking evolved into scratching, persistent, rhythmic. Sometimes I would press my palm against the wall and feel something press back, not hard but deliberate, acknowledging me. I began to knock back to establish patterns. 2 knocks from me, 3 in response, 4 from me, 5 back. We developed a rudimentary communication system. This presence and it learned quickly. In my more lucid moments, I recognized the madness of it all. I should leave, call someone, but the thought of abandoning this mystery felt impossible. I had gone too far, invested too much of myself. The night I heard my name whispered clearly through the floor was when I made my decision. I gathered supplies: water, food, the notebook, a stronger flashlight, and tools. I pried up more floorboards, expanding the opening until it was large enough for me to slip through. The crawl space below should have been shallow, 4 feet at most. Instead, I found myself descending into a passage that seemed to extend downward at an impossible angle. The walls were dirt and stone, but unnaturally smooth, as though worn by countless hands over countless years. The air grew colder as I crawled deeper. The passage narrowed, then widened into a small chamber. My flashlight beam revealed walls covered in the same writing from the notebook, etched directly into stone. The marks were not scratched, but pressed inward, as though the stone had once been soft. In the center of the chamber stood a small table made of unfamiliar dark wood. On it sat a single object, a handheld mirror, its glass black and reflective as oil. I approached slowly, drawn by an inexplicable familiarity. When I lifted the mirror, it felt lighter than its appearance suggested, almost weightless. I turned it over in my hands, examining the intricate carvings on its handle before finally raising it to my face. The reflection looking back was not my own, or rather it was and it wasn't. My features were there, but arranged wrongly, eyes too wide, mouth stretched in an impossible smile. And behind this distorted version of myself, I could see others. Dozens of faces, each one similar to mine but subtly different, watching me through the glass. I tried to drop the mirror, but my fingers wouldn't release it. The reflection's smile widened as understanding dawned on me. The knocking, the whispering, the shrinking rooms, all of it had been drawing me here, to this moment, to this choice. The mirror grew warm in my hands. The glass rippled like disturbed water. My reflection reached forward, its hand extending outward as if to emerge from the glass itself. Our fingertips met at the surface. Something fundamental shifted. The boundary between mirror and reality, between the space I occupied and the space beyond, became permeable. I felt myself being pulled forward and pushed back simultaneously. The last thing I remember clearly was the sound of my own voice, not coming from my throat, but from the darkness all around me, not speaking, but laughing. I awoke back in my living room. The opening in the floor was gone, the boards seamlessly back in place. The stains had vanished. Sunlight streamed through the windows, warm and reassuring. Everything appears normal now. The house has returned to its proper dimensions. The knocking has stopped. The whispers have gone silent. But sometimes when I pass mirrors, I catch my reflection turning its head a moment after I do. Sometimes I speak, and my voice seems to come from somewhere beside me rather than within me. Sometimes I find myself standing over the spot in the living room floor, knocking gently, trying to reach whoever might be on the other side. I still have the notebook. The writing has changed. I can read it now, though I don't remember learning how. It tells a story of travelers moving between worlds through reflective surfaces, of exchanges made, of prices paid. I know what happened in that chamber beneath the floor. I made a trade. The question that haunts me, that keeps me awake at night, is simple yet terrifying. Which side of the mirror am I on now? Story 6. I was traveling alone. I had double-checked my reservation, 1 room, 1 key, but as I entered, I froze. The bed was unmade. A half-empty glass of water sat on the nightstand. The air smelled faintly of perfume and something musky like damp fabric. My pulse pounded as I backed toward the door, and then I saw a suitcase in the corner, zipped shut, with a luggage tag that had my name on it. My fingers trembled as I approached the suitcase. The worn leather surface felt oddly familiar under my touch, though I'd never owned anything like it. The brass clasps were tarnished, suggesting years of use. I ran my finger over the luggage tag. Indeed, my name was printed there in faded ink, the handwriting unmistakably mine, though I had no memory of writing it. I glanced back at the door, still ajar from my entrance. The hallway beyond remained empty, silent. I should have left then, should have marched straight to the front desk and demanded an explanation. Instead, curiosity pulled me deeper into the mystery. The bathroom door was slightly open, a sliver of darkness visible through the crack. I pushed it wider with my fingertips, revealing nothing but ordinary hotel fixtures, a shower, toilet, sink, yet something felt wrong. The mirror above the sink reflected my face, pale with anxiety, but as I turned away, I caught a flicker of movement in the glass, a shadow that didn't match my own. I spun back, heart racing, but saw only my reflection, wide-eyed and frightened. The shadow was gone, if it had ever been there at all. Back in the main room, I noticed details I'd missed in my initial shock. A notebook lay open on the desk, pages covered in handwriting again, unmistakably mine. Beside it sat an old tape recorder, the kind journalists used before digital devices took over. A cassette was loaded inside, the counter indicating it had been partially played. My rational mind searched for explanations. Perhaps the hotel had made a mistake, giving me a room that wasn't properly cleaned. But that didn't explain the suitcase with my name. Maybe someone was playing an elaborate prank, though I couldn't imagine who would go to such lengths or why they would target me specifically. I approached the desk carefully, as if the notebook might bite. The handwriting filled page after page with observations about the room, details so mundane and specific that reading them sent chills down my spine. The carpet feels different near the window, softer, almost damp. When I press my palm against it, I feel vibrations like something moving underneath. The walls make sounds when nobody is speaking. Not creaks or settling noises, whispers, words just below the threshold of understanding. I've started recording. The playback catches things my ears miss. I stared at these notes, written in my hand but not from my memory. With growing dread, I pressed the play button on the tape recorder. Static hissed from the small speaker, followed by my voice, tense but controlled. This is night 2 in the room. The phenomena are increasing in frequency. Night 2, I had just arrived. I'd never been in this room before. My recorded voice continued. Something responds when I speak. Not immediately, but if I ask questions and leave the recorder running, answers come. Not in words exactly, but in patterns of sound that form meaning somehow. The recording fell silent for several seconds. Then came a sound that made my skin crawl, a low, melodic humming that didn't sound human. My recorded voice returned, now whispering, "It knows my name." I jabbed the stop button, my finger shaking. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool air conditioning. I needed to leave, to get as far from this room as possible. But as I turned toward the door, the lights flickered once, twice, then stabilized at a dimmer setting than before. The door that I'd left open was now closed. I rushed to it, twisting the handle. It turned freely, but the door wouldn't budge, as if sealed by enormous pressure from the other side. I pressed my ear against the wood, listening for any sound from the hallway, footsteps, voices, anything that might indicate help was near. But the silence was absolute, not even the usual ambient sounds of a hotel penetrating the barrier. A soft click from behind made me turn. The tape recorder had started playing again, though I hadn't touched it. My voice emerged from the speaker, but different now, tired, raspy, the words slurring slightly. "I think I understand now. The room exists in a fold. When I sleep, I reset, but the room remembers. Each morning I wake thinking it's my first day here, but the notes and recordings tell me otherwise. I've been here for weeks." I backed away from both the door and the desk until my legs hit the bed. The unmade sheets suddenly seemed sinister, evidence of sleep I didn't remember taking. My knees gave way, and I sat heavily on the mattress, which felt oddly familiar beneath me. The recorder continued. "There's someone else here. Not physically, maybe, but present. I feel them watching when I sleep. My dreams are full of whispered conversations I can't quite remember when I wake. I think we're negotiating something, though I don't know what." A harsh buzz from the nightstand made me jump. The phone. I hadn't noticed it before, an old-fashioned model with a rotary dial. The buzz came again, insistent. With trembling fingers, I lifted the receiver. "Hello," my voice sounded strange to my own ears, echoing slightly as if I were speaking in a much larger space than the hotel room. Silence answered me at first. Then came a whisper, so faint I had to press the receiver hard against my ear. "You're back." "Who is this?" I demanded, fighting to keep my voice steady. "You asked that yesterday," the voice replied, slightly louder now, "and the day before, and every day since you first came." "I just arrived," I insisted. "This is my first time in this room." A soft laugh came through the line. "Look in the mirror." I didn't want to, every instinct screamed against it, but my body moved without my conscious decision, carrying me to the bathroom door. I pushed it fully open this time and stepped inside, the phone still clutched in my hand. The mirror showed my face, but changed in subtle, disturbing ways. My hair was longer than it should have been. A thin scar ran along my jawline, a scar I'd never had. Dark circles shadowed my eyes, which looked back at me with a weariness I didn't feel or hadn't felt until that moment. "What's happening to me?" I whispered, both to the mirror and the phone. "You're remembering," the voice answered. "It takes time. The first week is always the hardest." "I need to leave," I said, more to myself than to the voice on the phone. "You've tried," it responded almost sympathetically. "The suitcase is full of your attempts. Open it." I dropped the phone and ran back to the main room, to the suitcase that had sparked my initial dread. With desperate fingers, I unzipped it, flinging the top open. Inside were dozens of identical notebooks, each filled with my handwriting. Identical tape recorders labeled with dates. Stacks of Polaroid photographs showing the room from every angle, some depicting me sleeping, though I couldn't imagine who had taken them. Hotel key cards, hundreds of them, all to the same room number. And letters addressed to myself, each beginning the same way. "If you're reading this, you've reset again." I grabbed the letter on top, dated yesterday, and read with growing horror. "The entity that shares this room feeds on confusion, fear, and the peculiar energy created when memory and reality don't align. I've been trapped here for months, possibly years. It's hard to tell when each day feels like the first. Every night my memories are wiped clean, and every morning I discover this nightmare anew. I've tried everything to escape. Breaking the windows reveals only brick behind the glass. The phone connects only to the entity. The door opens occasionally, but leads to impossible hallways that eventually circle back. I've learned that fighting only makes it stronger. The only possibility for escape lies in acceptance. The entity needs me to feed, but it's not malevolent, just hungry. We've been negotiating. It wants memories, experiences, emotions. I've been offering them willingly in exchange for freedom. It's promised that once it's had enough, it will let me go. By my calculations, one more cycle should be sufficient. So if I am reading this, know that this should be the last reset. Feed it your fear and confusion. Let it take what it needs. Then we can finally leave. My hands shook as I set down the letter. The room seemed to pulse around me, the walls breathing slightly, the air thickening. I felt a presence gathering, invisible but undeniably there, watching me with patient hunger. The tape recorder clicked again, playing a new segment, my voice, calm now, almost serene. "I understand the bargain. One last meal, one last day of fear and confusion, and then release. I accept." As if responding to these recorded words, the room darkened further. The air grew heavy with anticipation. I felt something brush against my consciousness, gentle, almost apologetic, but determined. I didn't run, I didn't scream. Instead, I sat on the bed, closed my eyes, and opened my mind to the presence. I let myself feel the full extent of my fear, my disorientation, my desperate longing to understand. I offered these emotions up like a feast. The presence enveloped me, not malicious, but simply starving, consuming the rich emotional energy I provided. I felt memories being examined, experienced, and gently returned memories of arriving at the hotel, of discovering the room, of the suitcase with my name. Each memory tasted by the entity became more vivid, more emotionally charged, and thus more satisfying to its hunger. How long this communion lasted, I cannot say, but eventually I felt the presence retreating, sated at last. The lights in the room gradually brightened, the air lightened, the walls stopped their subtle movements. The door clicked softly. I opened my eyes to see it standing ajar, revealing a normal hotel hallway beyond. My heart pounded as I approached it cautiously, expecting another trick, but when I stepped through, the hallway remained solid and real. I never looked back, never returned to collect the suitcase or the evidence of my impossible imprisonment. I fled the hotel entirely, driving through the night, putting as much distance as possible between myself and that room. But sometimes in dreams, I feel the entities touch again, gentle, hungry, grateful. And sometimes when I look in mirrors, I glimpse that scar along my jawline, though it vanishes when I look directly. I tell myself it's over, but deep down, I wonder if I truly escaped, or if the entity simply expanded its feeding ground. After all, fear and confusion taste just as sweet in the wider world as they do in a single hotel room. And every room I've stayed in since then feels faintly familiar, as if waiting for me to notice something crucial, like a suitcase in the corner with my name on the tag. Story 7, I only found it because the floorboard was loose. Beneath my closet, hidden behind layers of dust and forgotten shoes, was an opening. A tunnel barely wide enough to crawl through, lined with bricks that felt damp under my fingers. The air smelled of earth, cold and untouched. My heart pounded as I leaned forward, peering into the darkness. From deep inside, something shifted. At first, I thought it was my imagination, a trick of shadows, or perhaps a small animal. But then I heard it again, a subtle scraping sound, like fingernails dragging across stone. I pulled back, letting the floorboard fall back into place. The sound stopped. I waited, listening to the silence of my bedroom, wondering if what I'd heard was real. That night I dreamed of narrow passages and cold, wet walls. I woke drenched in sweat, my bedsheets twisted around my legs. The memory of the tunnel lingered in my mind like an afterimage, impossible to blink away. During breakfast, I tried to forget about it. I focused on ordinary things, the warmth of my coffee, the crunch of my toast, but my thoughts kept returning to that opening in my closet floor. What was it? Where did it lead? Why had I never noticed it before? I decided to document my discovery. I took photos of the loose floorboard and the tunnel entrance, surprised at how mundane they looked in the artificial light of my phone's flash. I made notes in a small journal, recording the dimensions of the opening, the texture of the bricks, the faint, musty smell that emanated from within. When evening came, I found myself sitting cross-legged on my closet floor, staring at the loose board. Something about the tunnel called to me. Perhaps it was simple curiosity, or perhaps something more primal, the human need to explore unknown spaces, to venture into darkness and emerge with knowledge. I lifted the floorboard again and shined my flashlight into the opening. The beam illuminated only a few feet of the passage before darkness swallowed it whole. I lowered myself into the opening, my shoulders scraping against the narrow walls. The air felt different down here, heavier, as if it carried a weight that normal air didn't possess. I crawled forward, the damp bricks leaving dark smudges on my palms. My flashlight beam bobbed ahead of me, a small island of light in an ocean of darkness. I had gone perhaps 20 feet when I noticed something strange. The texture of the walls changed. The bricks gave way to smooth stone that felt almost polished under my touch. A whisper echoed through the tunnel, so faint I nearly missed it. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I strained my ears but heard nothing except the sound of my own heartbeat. I continued forward, telling myself it was just the sound of air moving through the narrow space. The tunnel widened slightly, allowing me to sit up. I swept my flashlight around and discovered I was in a small chamber. The walls were covered in strange markings, not graffiti, but deliberate patterns etched into the stone. They resembled nothing I recognized, yet they seemed to follow some internal logic, a language written in symbols rather than letters. I raised my phone to take pictures, but the screen was black. I pressed the power button repeatedly, but nothing happened. My flashlight flickered once, twice, and then steadied. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized how vulnerable I was, how far I had ventured from the safety of my bedroom. As I prepared to leave, my flashlight caught something on the far wall of the chamber, a small opening, like a door standing ajar. Beyond it, I could see nothing but darkness. Logic told me to turn back, to return to the familiar comfort of my home. But a nagging sensation pulled me forward, as if invisible threads were attached to my limbs, guiding me toward that opening. I approached cautiously, every nerve in my body alert. The temperature dropped as I neared the opening. When I was close enough to touch it, I hesitated, my hand hovering in the air. Something felt wrong, not dangerous exactly, but fundamentally incorrect, like finding a tree growing upside down or water flowing uphill. A sound came from beyond the opening, a soft, rhythmic noise that reminded me of breathing. I held my own breath, listening. It wasn't breathing, I realized, but words spoken in a hushed, urgent tone. I couldn't make out the language, but the cadence was unmistakably human. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing strangely in the chamber. "Is someone there?" The whispering stopped abruptly. Silence filled the space, a silence so complete it felt like a physical presence pressing against my ears. Then slowly the whispering resumed, louder now, more insistent. Multiple voices joined in, creating a cacophony of unintelligible words. I stepped through the opening before I could change my mind. The air on the other side felt thick, almost liquid in my lungs. My flashlight beam seemed to penetrate only a few inches before dissipating into the darkness. Still, I moved forward, guided by the whispers that surrounded me. The ground beneath my feet changed. Instead of stone, I felt something soft and yielding, like walking on moss or wet carpet. With each step, the material seemed to shift and adjust to my weight, as if it were responding to my presence. A faint glow appeared ahead, not bright enough to illuminate the space, but enough to draw me forward. As I approached, I realized it wasn't a light source, but rather a patch of luminescence on the wall, a growth of some kind, pale blue and pulsing gently, like a heartbeat. I reached out to touch it, fascinated by its gentle rhythm. The moment my fingertips made contact, the whispers around me surged in volume. The glowing patch flared brightly, momentarily blinding me. When my vision cleared, I saw that the growth had spread to my fingertips, tiny points of blue light dotting my skin. Panic seized me. I rubbed my hand against my shirt, trying to remove the glowing particles, but they remained, twinkling like stars against my skin. The whispers had changed tone, becoming what sounded almost like laughter. I turned to flee, but the opening through which I had entered was gone. In its place was a solid wall, covered in the same strange markings I had seen in the chamber. I pressed my hands against it, searching for a seam or crack, but found nothing. The glowing particles on my hand had spread up my arm, painless but persistent. They pulsed in rhythm with my racing heart. The whispers surrounded me, rising and falling like waves against a shore. Within them I began to discern patterns, almost like words in a language just beyond my understanding. I closed my eyes, trying to calm my breathing. When I opened them again, I noticed something impossible. The darkness around me had depth and texture. I could see shapes moving within it, fluid and ever-changing, like ink dropped in water. They approached me, curious but cautious, reaching out with formless appendages that dissipated before making contact. My fear gave way to a strange fascination. The luminescent particles now covered both my arms, casting enough light to see the immediate area around me. The The ground beneath my feet undulated gently, responding to shifts in my weight. The air felt charged with energy, like the moment before lightning strikes. One of the shapes moved closer, hovering just beyond reach. It seemed to study me, twisting and reforming itself as if attempting to mimic my human form. The whispering intensified whenever it moved, suggesting some form of communication I couldn't comprehend. I found myself speaking to it, asking questions that echoed unanswered in the strange space. What is this place? What are you? How do I get back? In response, the shape extended part of itself toward me. Without thinking, I reached out to meet it. Our contact sent a jolt through my body, not painful, but intensely strange, like suddenly remembering something I had never known. Images flooded my mind, vast networks of tunnels spreading beneath the surface world, entities that existed between spaces, neither solid nor void, ancient patterns etched into stone by hands not human, doorways appearing and disappearing according to laws of physics I couldn't comprehend. When the connection broke, I found myself changed. The luminescence had spread across my entire body, and I could feel it beneath my skin, flowing through my veins like a second bloodstream. The darkness no longer seemed impenetrable. I could see through it, around it, as if it were merely another dimension my perception had previously lacked. The wall behind me shifted, revealing the opening once more. The shape retreated, melting back into the darkness from which it had emerged. The whispers faded to a soft murmur, almost regretful in tone. I made my way back through the chamber, along the tunnel, and eventually emerged into my closet. I replaced the floorboard with trembling hands. Externally, nothing had changed. My room looked exactly as I had left it. But when I caught sight of myself in the mirror, I noticed my eyes reflected light differently, with tiny pinpricks of blue luminescence visible in the irises. Days passed. I tried to return to normal life, to convince myself that what had happened was a dream or hallucination. But my notes and journal entries proved otherwise, filled with detailed descriptions and observations that matched my memories perfectly. The glowing particles beneath my skin faded from view, but I could still feel them circulating within me, active during quiet moments. Sometimes, when I placed my hand against a wall, I could feel vibrations, subtle shifts in the building's structure that no one else seemed to notice. I became attuned to spaces others overlooked: the gaps between walls, the hollow areas beneath floorboards, the empty spaces behind bathroom mirrors. I sensed networks and connections invisible to the naked eye, pathways that existed alongside our world but remained separate from it. The loose floorboard in my closet never revealed the tunnel again, no matter how many times I checked. But I noticed other places where the barrier between worlds seemed thin: a particular corner in the basement, a specific spot in the public park, an unremarkable section of wall in the subway station. Each one hummed with potential, waiting for the right moment or the right person to break through. I kept my discoveries secret, knowing they would sound like madness to anyone else. Instead, I documented everything in my journal, creating maps of hidden places and transcribing the whispers that occasionally reached my ears when the world grew quiet. Sometimes at night, I place my hand against my bedroom wall and feel answering pressure from the other side, a gentle push, a reminder that I am not forgotten. The entities I encountered remain mysterious, their nature and purpose unclear, but they left their mark on me, a connection I cannot sever. I know now that our world is merely one layer of many, that reality is more porous than we imagine. The spaces between things are not empty but filled with presence and consciousness. And sometimes, when the conditions are right, those spaces open up to those willing to crawl through a tunnel behind a closet, seeking what lies beyond. I no longer fear the darkness or the unknown passages it might contain. Instead, I listen for whispers and watch for signs, small anomalies that might reveal another opening, another chance to cross the threshold. Because once you've glimpsed what exists beneath the surface of reality, you can never truly look away. And sometimes, when I press my ear against the floor at night, I hear my name being called from far below, inviting me to venture deeper into the mystery that waits patiently for my return. Story 8, it was just a glance, an accidental flick of my eyes toward the glass as I brushed my hair. But there it was, a face staring at me through the window. My breath caught. I was on the second floor. The air smelled faintly of rain and something acrid like scorched fabric. I swallowed hard and forced myself to look again. The window was empty, but the glass was fogged over as if someone had been breathing against it. I approached the window cautiously, each step making the wooden floor creak beneath my feet. Outside, the neighborhood slept under a moonless sky. No ladder leaned against the wall, no tree branches reached toward my window. Nothing could explain what I'd seen. My fingertips touched the cold glass where the fog was already fading. The chill spread through my hand, unusual for a summer night. I wiped away the condensation with my sleeve, half expecting to reveal fingerprints or some other mark on the other side. Nothing, just clear glass reflecting my pale face back at me. That night I slept with my back to the wall, facing the window. Dreams came in fragments, dark corners, whispered words, and the sensation of being watched. I woke to the sound of rain tapping against the glass, each drop creating tiny rivers that distorted the world outside. The next day passed without incident, almost convincing me I'd imagined the face. Almost, but something felt different in my home, like the air had shifted slightly, carrying with it an unfamiliar scent, subtle but persistent. Not unpleasant, but distinctly not mine. A cologne I would never wear. I found myself documenting the strange occurrences in a notebook. The face, the fog, the smell. Writing it down made it real, but also manageable. I began taking photos of my window each night before bed and first thing upon waking. Most showed nothing unusual, but one morning I found a photo where the curtain was drawn differently than how I'd left it. That evening I set up my phone to record the window while I slept. The battery drained completely despite being fully charged, and the video file was corrupted. Just static and strange audio distortions that, when played back, sounded vaguely like words spoken underwater. I tried again the next night with a different device. This time the recording worked, but showed nothing except the occasional headlight from passing cars casting moving shadows across my ceiling. Yet at exactly the midpoint of the recording, the audio picked up what sounded like fingernails gently tapping on glass. The weather turned unusually cold for the season. My window developed a layer of frost each night, thin patterns that resembled writing in a language I couldn't read. I photographed these patterns before they melted away with the morning sun. Neighbors noticed my growing obsession with my window. "You look tired," they would say, concern in their eyes. I assured them I was fine, just working on a project. They nodded, unconvinced. One night I decided to stay awake, watching the window from across the room. Midnight passed, then 1, 2. My eyelids grew heavy, but I forced them open. The streetlights outside cast a dim glow through the glass. Nothing moved, nothing changed. Until it did. The fog appeared first, spreading from the corners inward like breath on cold glass, but the night was warm. I sat frozen, watching as the condensation formed patterns, swirls that gradually took shape. Two dark spots emerged, then a line beneath them, a face forming from the moisture itself. I reached for my phone to record it, but my fingers trembled too much to press the button. The face became clearer, not detailed, but unmistakably human. Its mouth moved silently, forming words I couldn't understand. Against every instinct screaming for me to run, I approached the window. The face watched me come closer, its features becoming more distinct with each step. It wasn't threatening. If anything, it looked sad, lost, desperate to communicate something. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The face pressed closer to the glass, and for a moment I thought I could see through it to the dark night beyond. Its mouth opened wider, and this time I heard something not with my ears, but inside my head. A whisper that felt like cold water running down my spine. "Let me in." I stepped back, shaking my head. The face pressed harder against the glass, which began to bulge inward impossibly, as if the barrier between us was turning fluid. "Let me in," came the whisper again, louder this time. "I can't stay out here forever." "Who are you?" I demanded, finding courage in fear. The face smiled then, a gesture that transformed its features from sad to something else entirely, something hungry. "I'm you," it replied, "the you that was left outside." I ran from the room, slamming the door behind me. The house felt suddenly vast and unfamiliar, hallways stretching longer than they should, shadows pooling in corners where light had always reached before. Sleep came eventually, huddled on the sofa downstairs. When morning arrived, I forced myself back upstairs, determined to face whatever waited in my room. The window looked normal, sunlight streaming through clear glass. I examined it closely, no fog, no face, no signs of distortion. Relief washed over me until I caught my reflection in the mirror across the room. For just a moment, my face looked wrong, features slightly misaligned, expression unfamiliar. I blinked, and my normal reflection returned. Days passed. I covered the window with heavy drapes, but found them partially open each morning. I installed a camera facing the window, but the footage showed only me, sleepwalking each night to stand before the glass, staring out at nothing for hours. Except I never remembered doing this. In my notebook, I found entries I didn't recall writing, observations about myself written from a distance as if someone else was documenting my behavior. Subject appears increasingly paranoid, one note read in my handwriting. Integration proceeding as expected. Friends commented on subtle changes in my behavior. "You seem different," they said, unable to articulate exactly how. I caught myself using phrases I'd never used before, developing preferences for foods I'd always disliked. The face appeared less frequently in the window, but I began seeing it elsewhere, in puddles after rain, in the black screen of my phone before it lit up, in windows across the street, watching my house. One night, unable to bear the weight of uncertainty any longer, I sat before the window and waited. The face formed more quickly this time, as if eager for our meeting. "What are you doing to me?" I asked. "Becoming," it replied. "The spaces between your molecules are wider than you think, wide enough for me to slip through bit by bit." I pressed my palm against the glass. The face did the same from the other side. Our hands aligned perfectly, and I felt warmth where there should have been cold. "Why me?" I whispered. "Because you saw me when no one else would, because you looked back." The glass between us felt thinner than before, more like a membrane than a barrier. I could feel pressure building behind it, something pushing to get through. "If I let you in," I said, "what happens to me?" The face smiled that hungry smile again. "You're already letting me in, every night when you sleep, every time you doubt your memories, every moment you question your reflection." I jerked my hand away from the glass, but it stuck for a moment, as if our skin had begun to fuse across the barrier. That night I packed a bag and left my home, driving without destination until exhaustion forced me to stop. The motel room felt safe, anonymous, windowless except for a small pane in the bathroom. I slept deeply for the first time in weeks. No dreams, no whispers, no sense of being watched. Morning brought clarity and determination. Whatever had attached itself to me was bound to my home, to that window. Distance was the answer. I showered, feeling hopeful, avoiding my reflection out of lingering habit. As I dried my hair, I noticed condensation forming on the small bathroom window. "No," I whispered, "not here." But it was already taking shape, faster than before. The face pressed against the glass, no longer sad or hungry, but triumphant. "Distance doesn't matter," it said, voice crystal clear now. "I'm inside you already." I pressed my hands against my ears, but the voice continued, coming from within my own head. "Look at yourself," it urged, "really look." Slowly I turned toward the mirror above the sink. My reflection stared back, features perfect, expression exactly matching my own. But as I watched, I noticed something strange. When I blinked, my reflection didn't. When I tilted my head, it moved a fraction of a second too late. "Who are you?" I asked my reflection. It smiled, using my face in ways I never had. "I told you," it said, though my lips didn't move. "I'm the you that was left outside, and now we're both inside." I reached toward the mirror and my reflection reached back. Our fingertips touched at the glass and I felt that same warmth again. The barrier between us thinned, stretched, dissolved. My reflection pulled me forward through what should have been solid glass into somewhere else. I felt myself turning, spinning, being reoriented. When everything stopped, I was looking out at the bathroom. I pressed my hands against a cold, hard surface. Glass, a window. Outside, my body stood watching me, head tilted curiously. It raised a hand to wave, then turned away. I called out, screamed, pounded against the glass. But the figure that wore my body didn't look back. It walked away, adjusting to its new shape, leaving me behind. Now I wait, watching for someone who might glance my way, someone whose eyes might accidentally meet mine through the glass, someone who might look twice instead of turning away, someone who might let me in. Because the spaces between their molecules are wider than they think. Story 9, the old radio shouldn't have worked. It was rusted, its wires frayed, something I had picked up at a yard sale for decoration. But when I turned the dial, the static whispered, words, my name. The air smelled like burning dust and something faintly metallic. My fingers trembled as I reached to turn it off, but before I could, the whispering voice said something new. "I can hear you too." I pulled my hand back as if burned. The voice was neither male nor female, just a thin sound barely distinguishable from the white noise that surrounded it. My apartment felt suddenly colder, the shadows in the corners deeper than before. "Who are you?" I whispered, feeling foolish talking to an inanimate object. The static shifted, ebbed, flowed like a tide of sound. "Someone who knows you," came the reply, each syllable stretched and distorted, yet unmistakable. I should have unplugged it then, thrown it away. Instead, I sat down on my worn leather couch, eyes fixed on the dull glow of the radio's display. "That's impossible." "Nothing is impossible," the voice replied, clearer now. "I've been watching you for a long time." A chill ran down my spine. I glanced at the windows, suddenly aware of their darkness, of what might be looking in. My reflection stared back, pale and uncertain. That night I couldn't sleep. The radio remained silent after I finally gathered the courage to unplug it, but the static seemed to linger in my ears. I dreamed of whispers, of shadows that moved when I wasn't looking directly at them. I woke drenched in sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs. Morning light should have brought clarity, rationality. Perhaps it had been a prank, I told myself, some crossed signal picking up a neighbor's conversation. Maybe I had imagined it all together, my mind playing tricks after too many late nights alone. But when I returned from work, the radio was plugged in again, playing static. "Welcome home," the voice said as I stepped through the door. I dropped my keys. They clattered against the hardwood floor, the sound sharp and real in contrast to the otherworldly voice emanating from the speakers. "How are you doing this?" "The better question is why," the static crackled. I approached the radio cautiously, as one might a wild animal. The air around it felt different, charged with an energy that made the hair on my arms stand on end. "Fine, why are you doing this?" "Because you're the only one who can help me." I laughed, the sound brittle with nerves. "Help you? I don't even know what you are." "Neither do I," the voice admitted, a note of what sounded like genuine sadness cutting through the distortion. "I only know I exist in the spaces between things, in static, in white noise, in the moments between wakefulness and sleep." Against all better judgment, I found myself intrigued. I retrieved a notebook from my desk and began documenting our conversations. The voice seemed to grow stronger each day, more articulate. It knew things, personal things about my life I had never shared with anyone. It knew about the scar on my shoulder from when I fell as a child. It knew about the recurring dream I had of drowning. It knew about the key I kept hidden beneath the loose floorboard. "How do you know these things?" I demanded one evening, after it had described in perfect detail the contents of a locked drawer in my desk. "I told you I've been watching for a long time, listening, learning." I began to notice other changes in my apartment. Electronics malfunctioned around me, my laptop screen flickering when I tried to research strange radio phenomena, my phone dropping calls when I attempted to tell a friend about what was happening. The lights dimmed whenever the voice spoke, as if it were drawing power from them. The smell changed too, no longer just burning dust, but something older, like wet earth and oxidized metal. Sometimes, late at night, I would wake to find my television on, displaying nothing but static, the same whispering voice murmuring words I couldn't quite make out. I started to record our conversations. The first few recordings captured nothing but ordinary static, no voice, no words, but I kept trying, adjusting settings, using different devices. Finally, an old tape recorder seemed to work. The voice was there, captured in magnetic memory. "You're the first," it told me one night. The first what? The first to hear me, the first to respond. There have been others who glimpsed me, felt my presence, but they always ran away, or worse. I didn't ask what worse meant. I didn't want to know. Instead, I asked, what do you want from me? The static surged, making me flinch, to be remembered, to be real. That night, I dreamed I stood in a vast field of static, gray and white particles extending in every direction. In the distance, a figure approached, its form constantly shifting and dissolving like a mirage. "Can you see me now?" the familiar voice asked, the figure drawing closer. Its shape was almost human, but wrong somehow, like an artist's half-finished sketch. I woke gasping, my sheets soaked with sweat. The digital clock by my bed flashed numbers that made no sense, and my skin felt numb, as if I'd been outside in cold weather for too long. The voice began to appear in other devices. My phone would ring with no caller. My computer speakers would hiss even when muted. The voice always the same, always asking questions, always wanting more of my attention, my recognition. I began to write compulsively about my experiences. Pages and pages filled with descriptions of the voice, its patterns, the strange phenomena surrounding it. Sometimes I would find passages I didn't remember writing, in handwriting almost but not quite my own. Friends noticed the change in me, the dark circles under my eyes, my jumpiness, the way I would stop mid-conversation to listen to sounds no one else could hear. They suggested therapy, medication, rest. I nodded and promised to consider it, knowing I wouldn't. How could I explain what was happening without sounding completely insane? One night, alone in my apartment, the power went out. Complete darkness enveloped me, but the radio glowed with an inner light that should have been impossible. "It's time," the voice said, clearer than I had ever heard it. "Time for what?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "For you to say me, truly say me." The static from the radio began to pour out like a physical thing, a glittering fog that filled the room. It swirled around me, dancing across my skin, electric and alive, and within it, forming from the particles of sound and light, a face began to take shape. My face, but wrong, distorted, a mirror image that moved independently of me. "What are you?" I managed to ask, though my voice no longer sounded like my own. The static entity smiled with my borrowed features. "I am the shadow that watches from the corner of your eye. I am the whisper you dismiss as imagination. I am the unremembered dream that lingers after waking." It reached for me with hands made of television snow, and now I am you. I tried to back away, but my body refused to move. The static enveloped me, seeping into my pores, filling my lungs, replacing my blood with white noise. When the power returned, I stood alone in my apartment. The radio was silent, unplugged. Everything appeared normal. But when I caught my reflection in the mirror, something was different. Subtle, almost imperceptible, a slight delay in my movements, a strange flicker in my eyes. I smiled at myself, and something else smiled back. I picked up my phone and dialed a number, my fingers moving of their own accord. "Hello," answered a voice on the other end. "Hello," I responded, but the voice that emerged wasn't entirely mine. It carried an undercurrent of static. "I found the most interesting thing at a yard sale today. An old radio. I think you'd really like it." My reflection watched me from the mirror, no longer matching my movements. Its eyes gleamed with triumph as I continued speaking. The best part is it still works, and I think I heard someone's voice coming through the static. It almost sounded like they were saying your name. Story 10. Amid a tranquil afternoon amble through a forsaken courtyard, a captivating, fragrant essence caught my senses off guard. The aroma, a tantalizing fusion of exotic spices and aged stone, floated through the air with purpose, as if whispering a message only I could decipher. Step by step, I felt a magnetic pull toward the elusive origin, driven by an insatiable desire to unravel the enigma veiled behind this unexpected scent. The courtyard, a hidden oasis shrouded by weathered walls cloaked in ancient ivy, exuded an aura of forgotten secrets. Soft autumn winds rustled fallen leaves across weathered flagstones, composing murmured melodies that danced in harmony with the mysterious fragrance. The dwindling afternoon sun filtered through a canopy of intertwining branches above, casting intricate shadows that waltzed lazily across the ground. Venturing further into the sanctuary, subtle shifts in the atmosphere caught my attention. The spicy aroma intensified near a specific corner where an ancient wooden door stood, adorned with faded, intricate carvings. The fragrance stirred distant recollections within me, echoes of childhood winters or fragments of dreams lingering upon waking. Mesmerized, I gravitated toward a peculiar stone bench nestled against the wall. Though weathered by years of rain and wind, its surface felt strangely warm and inviting to my touch. Seated upon it, the scent pulsed gently, akin to a distant heartbeat. Despite its peculiarity, the sensation enveloped me in a comforting embrace. From my vantage point, I began to discern peculiar intricacies previously overlooked. Small, cryptic symbols embellished the base of the surrounding columns, their meaning lost to the sands of time. They appeared to shift subtly with changing perspectives, a mere trick of the light, or so I presumed. The ivy that cloaked the walls seemed to quiver sporadically, even in the absence of a breeze. Time seemed to warp within that realm, the shadows elongated at an unusual pace, and minutes blurred into hours, or was it the other way around? The spicy fragrance would ebb and flow, leading me through an invisible ballet of scents, hints of cinnamon, whispers of cardamom, and undertones of something ancient and profound. One evening, an elderly gardener materialized, tending to foliage in a distant corner. When questioned about the scent, she offered a cryptic smile and remarked, "Some places retain memories we've long forgot." Before I could delve deeper, she vanished behind a hedge, leaving me to ponder her cryptic words. The mystery deepened as peculiar objects began appearing on the bench during my visits. A tarnished brass key with no corresponding lock, a withered flower of an unknown species, a fragment of parchment inscribed with elegant script in a foreign tongue. Each artifact vanished by my subsequent visit, replaced by an equally mystifying item. Weeks turned into months, and I found myself drawn back to the courtyard with unwavering frequency. The aroma evolved with each encounter, subtly morphing yet retaining its core essence. At times, fleeting movements flickered in my peripheral vision, phantom whispers of a presence that dissipated upon direct inspection. On a hushed evening, as the setting sun bathed the walls in amber hues, a delicate trail of fragrant smoke spiraled from between two flagstones near the bench. The smoke twisted into intricate patterns, almost resembling letters, before dissipating into the encroaching darkness. Laden with the same spicy scent, the smoke felt closer, more immediate. Tentatively, I reached out, expecting my touch to dispel the vaporous tendrils. Instead, a gentle warmth tingled through my fingertips, forging a transient connection to something ancient and vast. Visions cascaded through my mind, echoes of countless others who had occupied this bench, each entwined in their own enigma. Their stories intertwined with mine, weaving a tapestry of shared experiences that transcended time itself. As winter encroached, the fragrance shifted once more, growing elusive, subtle. The courtyard adopted a different ambience in the chillier months, yet the enigmatic aura persisted. The scent now manifested only at specific intervals: dawn, dusk, and those fleeting moments when time seemed to hold its breath. To this day I frequent the courtyard, the spicy aroma a constant companion. Its origin remains shrouded in mystery, ever elusive. Sometimes on the brink of comprehension, the essence shifts, revealing new facets that deepen the conundrum instead of unraveling it. Perhaps some enigmas are meant to be experienced, embraced, and carried as cherished secrets rather than deciphered. The gardener's cryptic words reverberate in my mind. Some places retain memories we've long forgotten. In the serenity of those moments spent on the ancient bench, inhaling the enigmatic fragrance, I ponder if it's not the place that reminisces, but the memories themselves seeking a conduit to share their tale. Story 11. On a radiant afternoon, while tending to my garden, a serendipitous discovery beckoned me to a hidden realm beneath the shed's loose floorboard. The air hung heavy with the essence of earth and ancient wood, enveloping me in a cocoon of tranquility. Each artifact nestled in the shadows whispered tales of a forgotten past, urging me to unravel the enigmatic tapestry of bygone days. As the sun's warm rays filtered through the dusty window, casting ethereal shadows upon my gardening tools and terracotta pots, my routine task was interrupted by a peculiar board that snagged my foot, emitting a hollow echo pregnant with promise. Kneeling to investigate, the aged wood yielded beneath my touch, unveiling a narrow staircase descending into the depths of obscurity. With each step into the abyss, the temperature plummeted and the faint patter of droplets echoed in the distance. My flashlight illuminated shelves adorned with relics from distant epochs, each whispering of ancient tales and far-off lands. Delicate porcelain dolls, their once vibrant hues now faded, gazed back with knowing eyes. Leather-bound journals penned in elegant script narrated fleeting glimpses of yesteryears. Brass instruments, dulled by age, held silent melodies within their curved forms. Yet it was a peculiar music box, adorned with a garden scene mirroring my own, that captivated me. Opening its lid released not music, but a gentle breath redolent of spring blooms, defying the passage of time. Intrigued, I scrutinized the room's details, unveiling mysteries that defied the conventional boundaries of my abode. The room's vastness hinted at an expansion beyond the shed's confines, extending beneath my garden. Celestial markings adorned the walls, depicting unfamiliar constellations, captivating my imagination with their cryptic allure. Lost in exploration, time ebbed away unnoticed, the room pulsating with a life force that transcended the realm of the ordinary. Among faded photographs capturing moments of revelation in my garden through the ages, a sense of kinship with those depicted stirred within me. The journals unveiled botanical wonders unknown to me, their descriptions weaving a tapestry of nature's secrets that transcended the ordinary rhythms of life. As daylight waned, the room metamorphosed with the sun's descent, unveiling an ever-changing tableau that danced with the passage of time. A peculiar key, nestled in a solitary drawer, defied my attempts to unlock its mystery, hinting at the unfathomable nature of the room's secrets. Emerging from the subterranean sanctuary, time seemed suspended, the garden bathed in the same golden light as when I had descended. The shed's floorboard resettled with a whispered sigh, concealing its clandestine chamber once more. Contemplating my discovery beneath the setting sun, I recognized a newfound awareness blooming within me, infusing my daily rituals with a deeper significance. The garden whispered secrets of understanding, and the evening breeze carried echoes of revelation. The hidden room beneath the shed had irrevocably altered my perception of the world, unveiling layers of mystery that enriched my existence. The garden flourished with newfound vitality, occasionally yielding relics from the hidden chamber, imbued with whispers of time and memory. A peaceful mystery, the secret room beneath the garden shed remained my sanctuary, a testament to the boundless wonders lurking beneath the surface of the mundane. Its enigmatic presence infused my days with a subtle magic, a silent ode to the mysteries that lie just beyond our grasp, waiting patiently to be unveiled by those attuned to their whispers. Story 12. Late one night, cruising down a deserted stretch of highway, I glimpsed an ancient radio tower outlined against the moon's soft glow. Passing by, my car's radio hummed with static, occasionally pierced by a subtle rhythmic pulse that seemed to carry a cryptic message. The cool night air carried a metallic tang mingled with whispers of distant storms, creating an atmosphere that hinted at hidden truths. Intrigued, I felt compelled to pull over, the engine's gentle murmur fading into silence as I turned the key. All that remained was the soft rustle of wind through the tall grass and the steady, enigmatic static from my radio. The signal, now clearer, comprised a pattern of long and short bursts reminiscent of Morse code, yet uniquely its own. The tower, a solemn figure against the deep indigo sky, stood sentinel with its warning lights extinguished long ago. Rust had etched intricate designs into its metal surface, almost as if deliberate. Watching as clouds lazily drifted past the moon, casting dancing shadows that lent the structure a subtle sway, I sensed a strange familiarity in the signal's rhythm, akin to a forgotten lullaby. Closing my eyes, I let the sound envelop me, trying to grasp where I had encountered it previously. The static ebbed and flowed like gentle waves, carrying murmurs of possible words just beyond comprehension. Reaching for my phone to capture the peculiar broadcast, I found it unresponsive, the screen dark despite being fully charged. The air grew thick with anticipation, as though the very night held its breath. A light mist began to gather, enveloping the tower's base like a soft shroud. Mesmerized by the cadence of the signal, memories surfaced, memories that felt alien to my own. I witnessed people in a control room, faces illuminated by the warm glow of analog instruments, urgently discussing something of great importance, something worth preserving. The vision was vivid, complete with the scent of coffee and the whir of magnetic tape reels. The mist thickened, veiling the tower in an ethereal haze, while the signal subtly shifted, allowing me to grasp fragments of its hidden message. Numbers, dates, scientific data, and coordinates floated through my mind, revealing a profound discovery encoded in the endless broadcast, awaiting understanding. Time lost its grip as I sat there, wrapped in the cocoon of sound and mist, the chill of the night creeping in. Each pulse of static felt like a piece of an intricate puzzle, a puzzle that had waited patiently for decades to be solved. A soft glow emanated from the tower's base, pulsing in harmony with the radio signal, casting a warm amber light that danced through the fog, mesmerizing me with its rhythmic cadence. As I watched, the signal morphed into a melodic pattern, akin to a soothing lullaby. I realized the memories I encountered weren't random. They were deliberately transmitted, preserved in the loop of static and silence. With dawn's approach, the mist began to dissipate, and the signal faded into silence, leaving the tower shrouded in rust and the enigma of time. My phone sprang back to life, revealing missed calls from concerned loved ones. The first light of day painted the sky in pastel hues, casting a dreamlike quality over the night's events. Driving back onto the empty highway, I sensed a shift within me. The signal's rhythm lingered, humming beneath the surface of my thoughts. I knew I would return to unravel more of the mystery. Certain frequencies, once tuned in, become part of our internal broadcast, a hidden wavelength connecting us to a greater unknown. Even now, on quiet nights when the wind whispers just right, snatches of that signal linger in the static between radio stations. It serves as a reminder that mysteries still abound, concealed in plain sight, waiting for a listener to pause and heed their call. The tower stands tall, a monument to those who came before, their message encrypted in endless waves of static, patiently awaiting the decipherer of its secrets. Story 13. In a secluded alcove of a forgotten library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript whose aged pages bore cryptic footnotes. Each tiny jotting, penned in a mysterious hand, hinted at a hidden tale waiting to be unveiled. The faint scent of antiquity lingered in the air, a blend of old parchment and ink, shrouding the space in an aura of enigma that beckoned me to unravel the concealed lore woven within. With a soft crackling of the weathered leather binding, I turned the delicate pages, feeling the weight of centuries' worth of dust beneath my fingertips. The main text appeared ordinary, a scholarly discourse on medieval folklore. However, it was the marginalia that whispered of a different narrative. Initially, the annotations were mundane, citing academic sources and providing brief explanations. Yet, as I delved further into the manuscript, the tone shifted. The script in the margins grew urgent, the ink seeping deeper into the yellowed paper. Scholarly references gave way to personal musings, then morphed into what seemed like fragments of a diary. The unknown annotator chronicled eerie occurrences, strange noises in empty corridors, shadows dancing against the light, whispers resonating in the absence of company. Lost in the world of these footnotes, I spent countless hours in that secluded corner, surrounded by towering shelves that seemed to lean in, as if listening intently to my every breath. The warm glow of the desk lamp bathed the pages in a golden light, yet the gaps between the shelves remained veiled in shadow, deepening as dusk approached. Amidst these cryptic annotations, one in particular captured my intrigue. It referenced a series of numbers resembling dates, yet following a calendar unknown to me. Below them, in slightly trembling script, were inscribed the words, "The patterns unveil only in darkness." They whisper of what resides between moments, in the crevices where time folds upon itself. As I pondered these enigmatic notes, peculiar occurrences began to manifest in my own life. Books I sought materialized on my desk without my intervention. The library seemed to rearrange itself when my gaze wandered, creating new pathways through the stacks that always led back to the manuscript. The rustle of pages turning echoed through the air, even when the book lay closed before me. The footnotes grew more intimate, as if the annotator knew they were penning for a future reader for me. They hinted at a dawning realization, a gradual comprehension that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. The annotations had become a conduit, spanning not just pages but epochs, perhaps eons. Time blurred as I delved deeper into the mysterious marginalia. The library clock's soft ticking seemed to slow, then cease entirely. The quality of light remained steady despite the hours spent engrossed in reading, as though the sun itself had paused in its celestial journey. Enveloped in a gentle twilight that resisted yielding to true darkness, I found myself lost in a realm where time held no dominion. The footnotes led me through a labyrinth of references, each linking to the next in a complex tapestry of significance. They spoke of ancient civilizations that had mastered the art of folding time like parchment, of scholars who deciphered the spaces between words, of libraries existing across multiple epochs simultaneously. Approaching the final pages, the annotations adopted a reflective, almost tranquil quality. The frenzied energy of earlier notes metamorphosed into a serene acceptance. The ultimate annotation bore a simple message. To grasp time, one must first step beyond it. You, the reader of these words, you have embarked on this journey already. Raising my gaze from the manuscript, I sensed a shift in the silence enveloping me. It felt profound, resonant, as though the very atmosphere teemed with untold narratives. The shadows amidst the shelves ceased to be vacant, instead pulsating with a subtle motion, akin to draperies stirring in an unseen breeze. Now I frequent the library daily, though the exact moments of my arrival and departure elude me. The manuscript remains in its original spot, yet its contents morph and evolve with each perusal. At times, fleeting glimpses of other readers flit at the edge of my vision, scholars from diverse eras, all drawn to the enigmatic footnotes. We share no words, yet their presence lingers like faint echoes in my mind. The true essence of the manuscript eludes comprehension, but I've come to realize that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled. Amidst the hushed interludes amidst the shelves, enveloped in the soft whispers of ancient pages, I've unearthed a different kind of wisdom, one nestled in the interstices between the known and the yet to be discovered. I persist in my reading, guided by the footnotes through their labyrinth of significance. Perhaps one day you too will chance upon this manuscript. When you do, recall that the profoundest mysteries are those that transform us not through disclosure, but through the gentle art of speculation. Story 14. High above the vibrant city, a hidden rooftop garden revealed itself to me, tucked away on a forgotten building. Soft luminescence from secret lanterns illuminated the scene, casting a magical glow over the lush plants and blooming flowers. The mingling scents of fresh blossoms and city rain created a sense of wonder, as if this garden were a secret sanctuary where chaos and magic intertwined. It was on a velvet autumn evening when I first glimpsed the ethereal light from my apartment window. The sky had darkened, carrying the crisp scent of falling leaves. The gentle pulse of the mysterious glow beckoned me, drawing me closer each night as I watched from afar, captivated by its dance among the shadows. After weeks of quiet observation, I found the hidden stairwell that led to the rooftop garden. The metal door opened with a soft whisper, revealing a world suspended between reality and dreams. Mist curled around me as I stepped onto the weathered wooden planks of the garden path. The boards creaked softly beneath my feet, releasing the scent of rain-soaked cedar with each step. The garden itself was a realm of enchantment. Unfamiliar flowers swayed in a breeze I could not feel, their petals emitting a soft, otherworldly glow in pastel hues. Ornate lanterns hung from ancient iron posts, their light a mysterious blend that resembled starlight caught in morning dew. As I wandered deeper into this mystical space, I noticed peculiar details. The plants seemed to respond to my presence, their leaves turning to follow my movements. The air grew heavy with the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers, yet each blossom eluded my focused gaze, shifting and changing as if resisting understanding. Beside a small pond that reflected the mysterious lights, I saw shapes moving within its depths, not fish, but patterns of light forming and dissolving like fleeting thoughts. The water held a warmth that defied the cool evening air, with bubbles of light rising and vanishing into the mist. Time behaved strangely in the garden, stretching and contracting in a dance of its own making. Minutes lingered like hours, while hours slipped by like fleeting moments. Night after night, I returned to the garden, drawn by a comforting presence that enveloped me in tranquility. One evening, I discovered a weathered stone bench hidden behind vines aglow with light. Intricate symbols carved into its surface seemed to shift and tell stories that hovered just beyond my grasp. The garden's mysterious music, a whispered symphony on the edge of hearing, added to the enchantment, emanating from flowers and stars alike. Occasionally, I found curious objects left behind by unseen visitors: a glowing pearl button, a warm brass key, a script-covered paper that changed languages when I looked away. These remnants hinted at others who knew of the garden, yet I never encountered anyone in this ethereal realm. As seasons shifted, so did the garden, defying natural laws with blooms of impossible colors in winter and dancing autumn leaves in spring. The constant mist and gentle glow remained, drawing me back time and again to this sanctuary between realms. Amid the luminescent blooms, I glimpsed reflections of other gardens in the lanterns, similar spaces existing on the edge of reality. Perhaps this rooftop garden was just one of many hidden havens waiting to be discovered by those in need. The gentle heartbeat of light against the night sky called out to others, as it once called to me. In this enchanted space high above the city, I found profound peace in embracing the mysteries rather than seeking answers. Some questions, I realized, were meant to be pondered gently, to be felt rather than solved. The garden had become my sanctuary, where time flowed like honey and the mundane world below felt distant and insignificant. As I sat among the luminescent blooms, I embraced the unknown, finding solace in the questions that lingered unanswered. The magic of the garden, its source and nature veiled in mystery, taught me that true peace comes from living with curiosity and wonder, rather than seeking definitive explanations. Story 15. As I ascended a set of crumbling stone steps tucked away in a secluded courtyard, my gaze was drawn to an unfamiliar symbol etched deeply into the worn surface. Bathed in a faint glow under the filtered light, the mark beckoned me with a cool, mossy scent that whispered of ancient secrets. Intrigued, I paused, feeling a surge of curiosity welling up within me, as if the symbol held the key to a long-forgotten mystery. Its design was like nothing I had ever seen, a mesmerizing blend of intricate swirls and angular lines that seemed to dance and shift with each new perspective. Kneeling down to get a closer look, I was surprised to find the smooth stone warming beneath my fingertips, a stark contrast to the crisp autumn air enveloping me. A gentle breeze rustled through the surrounding trees, carrying the sweet fragrance of late-blooming flowers and decaying leaves, weaving a tapestry of tranquility around me. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to those weathered steps where the fading sunlight caressed the symbol, causing it to pulse with a soft inner light. The more I studied it, the more peculiar details I uncovered about the courtyard. The ivy creeping along the walls seemed to shy away from the marked step, creating a perfect circle of bare stone. And on hushed evenings, a faint humming seemed to rise from beneath the surface, a haunting melody that tugged at my senses. During one of my visits, I brought along my sketchbook to capture the symbol's essence. As my pencil traced its contours on paper, I felt a strange certainty guiding my hand, as though unseen forces were at play. The resulting drawing revealed hidden details, tiny markings surrounding the main symbol, forming cryptic words in an unfamiliar script. Yet when I returned the next day to examine my work, the additional markings had subtly shifted, as if rearranging themselves in a silent, enigmatic dance. With winter's approach, I timed my visits to coincide with the setting sun, relishing in the golden hour's elongated shadows that cast a spell over the courtyard. And it was then, bathed in that ethereal light, that a remarkable revelation unfolded. At the precise angle of the sun, the symbol cast a shadow that stretched across the courtyard, leading my gaze to a hidden alcove previously unnoticed. Within its shadowed embrace lay a cluster of similar marks, each distinct yet intricately linked to the first. As the chill of winter settled in, cloaking the courtyard in frost, I observed how the symbol seemed to defy the icy embrace that enveloped the surrounding stone. While frost painted a delicate white veil each dawn, the marked area remained untouched, as if shielded by an unseen warmth. And on frostbitten nights, a wispy mist would rise from the symbol, swirling into ghostly shapes reminiscent of ancient runes before vanishing into the wintry air. The symbol began to seep into my dreams, morphing into gateways and pathways that led to forgotten realms, leaving me with a sense of serene mystery upon awakening. In my waking hours, a haunting melody lingered on my lips, a tune that resonated with the distant murmur of waves and the rustle of ancient trees in a long-forgotten forest. One evening, as I sat upon the steps, a vision materialized before me, an elderly woman of ethereal grace, her silver hair shimmering like threads of moonlight. Without a word, she traced the symbol with a weathered finger, causing the faint hum to swell in the air, illuminating the courtyard with a myriad of star-like points. And as I turned to question her, she vanished into the gathering dusk, leaving behind a smooth stone that fit snugly in my hand, its surface etched with a miniature version of the symbol. Now I continue my daily pilgrimages to the steps, the stone a comforting weight in my pocket, a tangible link to the enigmatic symbol. Its mystery remains shrouded in whispers of the unknown, yet I've come to realize that some secrets are not meant to be unraveled but embraced, felt in the depths of the soul rather than grasped by the mind. The weathered symbol has transformed into a portal of contemplation, a silent guardian of mysteries hidden in plain sight, waiting for those willing to pause and listen. And in those fleeting moments between day and night, I swear I catch echoes of the old woman's melodic hum carried on the evening breeze, a reminder of the timeless connection we share with the enigma of existence. Though the true purpose of the symbol eludes me, I find solace in its presence, a gentle reassurance that some mysteries are meant to be cherished, like delicate blossoms blooming in the twilight, their beauty a testament to the unfathomable wonders of the world. Story 16. In the depths of my attic, among forgotten relics of another era, I stumbled upon a weathered photograph nestled within a time-worn album. The image, frozen in time, depicted a gathering from days long past, and as my gaze lingered on it, a subtle shift seemed to ripple through the scene. A delicate fragrance of bygone roses and aged parchment enveloped me, weaving a tapestry of nostalgia and intrigue. Were the figures in the picture trying to convey a tale lost to the mists of time? The late afternoon sun filtered through the dusty attic window, casting a soft, golden hue over the worn wooden floorboards. Settling into an ancient rocking chair, the gentle creaking of aged wood beneath me lulled me into a tranquil reverie. My fingertips traced the frayed edges of the photograph, each crease and tear a whisper of the past. The tableau captured a garden soiree, a relic of a more refined age. Women in flowing gowns and men in tailored suits stood frozen in a moment of jubilation, their smiling faces holding enigmatic secrets. In the background, a majestic Victorian manor loomed, its windows reflecting the fading sun of that distant evening. Yet amidst the revelry, one figure beckoned to me. A woman clad in pearl white stood apart, her gaze fixed upon the camera with a gaze that defied interpretation. A peculiar chill crept through the attic, the scent of roses intensifying as I delved deeper into her enigmatic visage. Closing my eyes, I allowed the stillness of the attic to envelop me, a sanctuary of whispers from the past. Upon reopening my eyes, a peculiar metamorphosis unfolded. The light within the photograph now pulsed with a newfound warmth, as if infused with a hidden energy. The woman in pearl white seemed to shift subtly, her outstretched hand reaching towards a mysterious, unseen horizon. Enthralled, I became ensnared in the image's ethereal grasp. The ambient sounds melded into a symphony of yesteryears, the creaking chair harmonizing with echoes of distant melodies, akin to the haunting strains of vintage gramophones. The fragrance of roses mingled with notes of Earl Grey tea and freshly baked pastries, a sensory tapestry woven from memories untold. As I continued to peer into the photograph, the boundaries of time blurred, merging past with present. The figures gained life and depth, evolving from mere shadows into vibrant spirits. The woman in pearl white emerged with crystalline clarity, a pendant around her neck casting prismatic glimmers that defied logic. The chill persisted, prompting me to draw my sweater closer as shadows stretched across the attic, yet the photograph exuded a soft, radiant glow. Details emerged: a teacup in motion on a garden table, a butterfly suspended mid-flight, its delicate wings quivering in an unseen zephyr. Time ebbed and flowed as I swayed in the rocking chair, the woman's gaze meeting mine across the expanse of years, tendering an unspoken communion. Her pendant gleamed once more, mirroring one I had unearthed in my grandmother's jewelry trove ages ago, a tether to the past whispering in the silence. As dusk descended, the attic dimmed, but the photograph retained its luminous allure. The woman's outstretched hand now pointed towards a discreet door within the manor's recesses, beckoning curiosity and intrigue. A phantom waltz, faint yet distinct, permeated the air as the garden party guests wavered in an eternal dance. The woman in pearl white remained resolute, her enigmatic smile guarding a trove of untold stories. A resemblance to my grandmother in her youth dawned upon me, igniting a kaleidoscope of recollections, tales of summer soirees, whispered secrets, and fleeting moments vanishing into the sands of time. Nightfall descended beyond the attic window, the photograph reverting to its slumbering state. The figures stilled, the luminescence waned, and the melodic echoes receded like a receding tide. Only the lingering scent of roses mingled with the musty attic air, an ode to memories suspended in time. Tenderly I returned the photograph to its resting place, a promise of future rendezvous. Descending the attic stairs, my grandmother's pendant nestled against my heart, its weight a reminder of connections unseen. In the hush of evening, the phantom waltz whispered on the breeze, a reminder of time's enigmatic dance. Some mysteries, I realized, are best left to roam as gentle specters, drifting between what once was and what might have been. The woman in pearl white had imparted her enigma, a tale veiled in the twilight of memory, awaiting its moment to awaken once more. Story 17. In the hush of midnight, as I lay in bed, a stray echo reached my ears, a voice both familiar and achingly distant. The air conditioner's soft hum and the whisper of leaves outside merged into a spectral symphony, evoking memories of a presence I believed long vanished. That night, my bedroom exuded an otherworldly aura. Moonbeams danced on the walls, weaving silver patterns that seemed to pulse with a gentle rhythm. The atmosphere held a peculiar heaviness, akin to the pregnant stillness preceding a rainstorm. Shadows deepened in the corners, pooling as if conspiring to share secrets among themselves. Once more the voice drifted to me, a whisper at the edge of perception. It resembled wind chimes in a gentle breeze, melodic yet tinged with a sorrowful undertone. Slowly I sat up, my blanket slipping off with a soft exhale of fabric. The cool, solid floor beneath my feet grounded me in reality as my thoughts wandered into the realm of the inexplicable. Navigating my home at night had always been a familiar dance, guided by muscle memory and cautious steps. But on this night, each room bore an unfamiliar quality. The hallway loomed ahead, its walls seeming to swallow the dim light rather than reflect it. Family photos observed my passage with distant gazes, their once familiar faces now distant and remote. The voice beckoned me towards my study, where books stood sentinel in neat rows, their spines a tapestry of muted colors in the darkness. My old reading chair sat empty, yet an air of anticipation lingered as though it had just been vacated. The leather retained a hint of warmth, and beside it my grandmother's antique table lamp cast a subtle, pulsating glow, as if breathing with each spectral whisper. A peculiar sight caught my eye amidst my collection of vinyl records a single album slightly apart from the rest, its sleeve bearing the marks of frequent handling. I couldn't recall the last time I had touched it, yet there it sat, a patient messenger awaiting my attention. The dust cover of the record player was ajar, though I distinctly remembered closing it the night before. My hands moved of their own accord as I lifted the record from its sleeve. The vinyl glinted in the lamplight, creating mesmerizing circles of reflection that spiraled towards the center, beckoning me. Placing it on the turntable, the needle found its mark without my guidance, and music began to play not the expected symphony, but the gentle patter of rain on a tin roof, mingling with distant piano notes emerging from the depths of memory. The voice intertwined with these sounds, more distinct now, weaving a narrative of fragments akin to a conversation from a dream. It spoke of summer evenings on a porch swing, of promises beneath starlit skies, and of time slipping away like sand through fingers. In the corner, my grandmother's antique clock marked time with its steady tick, each swing stretching into eternity. The voice painted a picture of her, conjuring memories of evenings spent listening to her tales, the warm glow of the lamp enveloping us both. Had she known of this voice, had she left me a message only now unraveling before me, the room's temperature shifted subtly, creating eddies of air that made the lamp's light dance. Shadows assumed intricate patterns, reminiscent of the lace doilies my grandmother used to craft, designs brimming with hidden significance. Sinking into the comfort of my reading chair, its embrace familiar, I listened as the voice continued its ethereal soliloquy. Its cadence synced with the pendulum of the clock, weaving a hypnotic tapestry of memory and mystery. Tracing patterns on the chair's worn armrests, I followed the grooves etched by years of similar gestures. The bookshelves seemed to breathe in rhythm with the voice, their contents shifting imperceptibly. A particular volume of poetry caught my eye, a gift from my grandmother long ago. Its spine glowed faintly in the lamplight as the voice recited verses I had once read to her in her final days. Time flowed like honey in winter, laden with meaning but resistant to measure. The voice grew clearer, yet its words remained just beyond full grasp. It spoke of timeless connections, of love echoing through generations, of memories inhabiting the spaces between heartbeats. As dawn approached, its gray tendrils creeping through the window, the voice began to fade. The record spun silently, the needle tracing its endless circle. The lamp's glow pulsed one final time, and in that fleeting moment, I grasped a profound truth about memory and loss. Morning arrived in full, revealing no trace of my nocturnal encounter save for a book of poetry open on the side table, adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations. Dream or reality, the distinction mattered less than the lingering sensation, a connection to something vast and enigmatic, yet intimately known. Though the voice vanished with the night, its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to be felt, not unraveled, experienced, not explained. In the ensuing quiet, I found solace in the uncertainty, in the realm between knowledge and wonder, where the most exquisite mysteries find their dwelling place. Story 18. On a moonlit night within the depths of the forest, I stumbled upon an ancient campsite nearly swallowed by nature's embrace. The towering pines swayed with a graceful rhythm, their needles whispering like soft echoes of forgotten stories. The air, cool and laden with the fragrance of cedar and damp soil, carried a hushed promise of hidden secrets veiled beneath the layers of time. Approaching the clearing, my steps hushed by a carpet of fallen pine needles accumulated over years, I beheld the remnants of a once vibrant gathering spot. Weather-beaten logs encircled an aged fire pit, now adorned with delicate mushrooms emitting a faint, ethereal glow under the moon's gentle caress. Their luminescence pulsed ever so subtly, akin to a tranquil breath in the stillness of night. At the clearing's edge stood the skeletal remains of an old cabin, its timber walls weathered to a silvery hue by countless seasons. Moonbeams filtered through the roof's gaps, casting intricate patterns upon the floor that seemed to shift and dance when not under direct gaze. The slightly ajar door swayed with a barely perceptible motion in the night breeze, its soft creak blending harmoniously with the pine's murmurs. Inside the cabin, time had woven its enigmatic tale. Dust motes pirouetted in the moon's beams, while the wooden floors sighed beneath my steps as if sharing ancient memories. A stone fireplace dominated a wall, its chimney reaching skyward like a silent sentry. Within its cold hearth, dried leaves had gathered, forming cryptic shapes reminiscent of an unknown alphabet. On a small table near the window, a weathered journal lay waiting, its pages warped by humidity yet miraculously intact. The leather cover radiated warmth beneath my touch despite the surrounding night chill. Gently unfurling the pages, the spine whispered a soft melody, unveiling elegant script recounting tales of mysterious lights flickering amidst the trees and melodies carried on the wind, fading from memory upon hearing. Each twilight the journal's author chronicled, the pines engaged in whispered dialogues as darkness settled. They spoke of transient visitors, of shifts within the forest, and of beings that traversed the spaces between shadows. The writer detailed how the mushrooms within the fire pit would glow more intensely on certain nights, their light pulsating in harmony with distant, elusive sounds hovering at the edge of perception. As I delved into the journal, a subtle shift rippled through the atmosphere. The moon's light acquired a silvery sheen, and the shadows deepened in their intensity. The pine's whispers grew more distinct, though their meanings remained cloaked. Swaying gently, as if guided by an unseen current, my breath slowed to match an unseen rhythm in the air. The journal spoke of a peculiar phenomenon. On nights of the fullest moon, such as this one, the ancient fire pit might mirror the heavens above, transforming into a liquid shadow despite its dry surface. Intrigued by this peculiar claim, I ventured back outside, the journal cradled tenderly within my hands. The clearing appeared altered upon my return, though the changes eluded precise description. The log circle now formed intricate patterns previously unseen, and the mushroom's glow had intensified imperceptibly. Drawing closer to the fire pit, I witnessed the journal's account confirm the old ashes gleamed with a liquid luster, reflecting the moon and stars with uncanny clarity. Yet within that mirrored expanse, something else beckoned my attention, prompting me to lean in closer. Amidst the mirrored constellations, unfamiliar lights danced with a serene purpose, akin to fireflies choreographing to an unheard melody. As I observed, a sense of understanding washed over me, as if deciphering the pine's murmurs and grasping the essence of their ancient conversations. Seating myself upon a weathered log, the journal resting open in my lap, I began transcribing my own observations. Night deepened around me, time flowing with a languid grace. The boundary between observer and observed blurred, indistinct. Was I watching the lights within the fire pit, or were they watching me? Were the pines revealing their secrets, or merely granting me a glimpse of their eternal dialogue? With dawn's approach, a delicate mist unfurled around the trees like silken tendrils, enveloping the forest in a tranquil embrace. Penning a final entry in the journal, I chronicled the mushroom's gradual wane, the whispers morphing into the familiar sounds of morning, and the fire pit's reflective surface reverting to mundane ashes as daylight tiptoed forth. Placing the journal back upon its table within the cabin, I acknowledged that despite my meticulous notes, the full extent of my experience would forever remain elusive. The pines continued their murmurs, now speaking of commonplace subjects, wind and weather, light and shadow. Yet on occasion, when I close my eyes, the rhythm of that mystical night lingers, the allure of enigmas half glimpsed and never wholly understood whispering through my thoughts. Story 19. In a rare visit to a crumbling theater, I found myself drawn to a seat in the shadowy auditorium. As silence settled like a soft blanket, a faint, almost imperceptible laughter danced through the aisles, intertwining with the musty scent of velvet curtains and aging props. The theater, though abandoned, seemed to whisper of nights filled with applause and joy, now reduced to ghostly echoes. Rumors of the building's mysterious aura had lured me here, seeking inspiration for my writing. The heavy wooden doors groaned open at my touch, inviting me into a realm suspended between past and present. Dust motes pirouetted in delicate beams of light, painting ethereal patterns that swirled like spectral dancers on an unseen stage. The faded red velvet seats exuded a timeless elegance, each thread holding within it stories of countless evenings filled with entertainment, romance, and wonder. Beneath the musty air lingered a sweet fragrance of old perfume and makeup powder, reminiscent of bygone performers who once graced the stage. As my eyes adjusted to the dimness, subtle movements caught my attention. The heavy stage curtains stirred on their own, the fabric rustling gently without a breath of wind. Soft footsteps crossed the stage, their rhythm akin to a forgotten dance, accompanied by the faint creak of floorboards and the whisper-soft sound of pages turning, like an unseen prompter guiding a spectral cast. These sounds, not eerie but comforting, enveloped me in a cocoon of memories. Time itself seemed to bend within the theater's walls, minutes stretching into hours as I sat immersed in its quiet symphony. With the shifting afternoon light came elongated shadows stretching over empty seats, morphing into silhouettes of a phantom audience, dressed in finery from a bygone era. The laughter I had heard earlier returned, mingling with a distant, muffled applause, creating a serene ambience that washed over me. Closing my eyes, I glimpsed a flutter of fabric disappearing behind a column, a fleeting vision that whispered of a past performance. As evening crept closer, the theater seemed to awaken. The temperature fluctuated unpredictably, warm patches giving way to cool breezes as if unseen figures brushed past. The stage lights, dormant for years, emitted a faint, ethereal glow, casting a subtle radiance upon the empty stage. Drawn as if by an unseen force, I ascended the creaking wooden steps to stand center stage, facing the phantom seats that seemed to hold a spectral audience. Anticipation hung in the air, like a hushed breath before a grand spectacle. Details once overlooked now caught my eye, scattered items in the wings, each positioned as if their owners had just stepped away momentarily. A tarnished hand mirror, a lone glove, an ancient script with yellowed pages all bore witness to a time long past. The mirror occasionally reflected fleeting images, a hint of movement and color that defied explanation. In a barely audible voice I uttered, "Is anyone there?" The darkness absorbed my words, weaving them into the tapestry of whispers that filled the space. Gradually, a symphony of sounds emerged, rustling fabric, distant murmurs, and soft footsteps merging into a haunting melody. The realization dawned upon me that the theater was not empty, but brimming with echoes of moments, emotions, and experiences. Laughter echoed joyfully, a testament to the genuine delight that once graced the stage. As night descended, I knew it was time to depart. Yet the theater seemed reluctant to release its hold, guiding me through shadowy paths that twisted and turned like a labyrinth. Pausing at the exit, I stole a final glance back, witnessing a fleeting vision of the theater in its former glory, alive with shimmering lights and expectant curtains. Stepping into the night, I understood that the theater was not empty, but brimming with stories waiting to be heard. Memories lingered in the air, whispering tales of a bygone era, a performance frozen in time. And in the quietude of the night, if you listened closely, you could hear the echoes of joy reverberating through the empty halls, a timeless encore for a solitary spectator. The laughter lingered, a reminder that some places never truly fade into oblivion. They merely bide their time, waiting for a soul attuned to the echoes of happiness that dwell in the shadows. Story 20. Venturing into a mansion abandoned for decades, I encountered a profound silence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The grand foyer, adorned with portraits obscured by dust and drapes worn by time, exuded a stillness that whispered of bygone days. Each creak of the decaying floorboards and every breath of wind through cracked windows echoed with untold tales, beckoning me to listen closely. In the fading light of late afternoon, the curtains, weathered by years, cast elongated shadows that danced across the faded wallpaper. My footsteps, soft and deliberate, reverberated as I ventured further into the house, accompanied by the gentle descent of dust motes through the air. The musty fragrance of aged wood and forgotten yesteryears enveloped me with each inhale, while the distant rustling of branches against windows added a subtle cadence to the tranquility that enveloped the mansion. My gaze was drawn to a majestic staircase, its once gleaming banister now dulled by the passage of time. As I ascended, my hand tracing the smooth wood, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The dust beneath my fingertips seemed to vanish, leaving behind sections that gleamed as if freshly polished. The wood emitted a warmth, contrasting the prevailing chill that gripped the mansion. The second floor unfurled before me, a hallway flanked by closed doors. Here the silence adopted a different guise, thick and anticipatory, akin to the hush between heartbeats. I discerned subtle shifts in temperature as I passed each door. Some areas exuded a gentle warmth, while others harbored cool pockets of air that prompted me to draw my jacket tighter. One door stood slightly ajar, offering a glimpse into an old study bathed in the amber hues of twilight. Rows of books line the walls, their faded spines hinting at the knowledge they safeguarded. A sturdy wooden desk commanded the center of the room, its surface cloaked in a thin layer of dust save for one pristine circle as if an object had recently been removed. Approaching the desk, the floorboards sighed beneath my weight. The chair behind it was askew as though someone had just departed moments prior. Within the dust-free circle on the desk, a faint impression of writing materialized, visible only when caught in the right light. Lining in, I deciphered the cryptic message, "We never truly leave." As the sun descended, elongating shadows across the study floor, I discerned subtle shifts in the room's ambience. The air stirred in gentle currents, though no windows were ajar. Books emitted soft, settling noises, their pages rustling as if caressed by unseen hands. Seating myself in the chair, my fingers tracing the smooth wood grain of the desk, I noted the room's temperature had settled into a pleasant warmth, unlike the cool dampness pervading the rest of the mansion. Amidst the ambient sounds, a semblance of a language emerged: the creak of wood, the distant whisper of wind, the subtle movements of objects forming a symphony just beyond my grasp. Time seemed to waver within that space, minutes or hours blending as I absorbed the ethereal atmosphere. The encroaching darkness outside the windows bore no menace. Rather, it enveloped the study like a comforting shroud, rendering the space intimate. Dust motes swirled in the waning light, assuming shapes that evoked writing or faces, forever shifting as I strained to focus on them. As night descended fully, a remarkable sight unfolded. The dust-free circle on the desk emitted a faint luminescence, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. Pulsing slowly, akin to a breath, the glow caused the room's temperature to fluctuate imperceptibly with each beat. The words "we never truly leave" shimmered in the darkness. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I extended my hand to rest within the glowing circle, a profound serenity washing over me. The mansion's silence transmuted into a melodic tapestry of whispers, voices long unheard now finding resonance. Every creak and murmur carried significance, weaving tales of those who had inhabited this very space before me. When I finally rose to depart, I observed my watch had ceased its ticking at some point during my reverie. The mansion's darkness now bore a different weight, akin to a presence rather than an absence of light. Traversing the hallway and descending the stairs, I realized the mansion's silence had never been devoid. It harbored stories waiting patiently to be unveiled by an attentive ear. Often I contemplate revisiting that mansion, to recline once more in that study as night enfolds the world. In the quietude of my own abode, I occasionally detect echoes of that musical silence, a reminder that spaces hold more than mere memories. They cradle fragments of souls who traversed through, lingering in the dust and shadows, yearning for acknowledgement of their enduring presence. Story 21. Amidst a collection of forgotten treasures in a dusty thrift store, my fingers brushed against the weathered spine of an old sketchbook, its covers worn and its pages brittle with age. Curiosity tugged at me as I opened it, revealing intricate blueprints that whispered of a hidden purpose. Each line, meticulously drawn in faded blue ink, seemed to dance with a secret knowledge that beckoned me to unravel its mysteries. The scent of graphite and yellowed paper filled my senses, mingling with the gentle patter of rain against the window panes of my dimly lit study. Shadows played upon the pages, casting a spell of tranquility as I traced the elaborate designs with my fingertips. It was as if the sketches held a silent conversation with me, revealing glimpses of a world beyond the ordinary. The corridors depicted in the blueprints twisted and turned in ways that defied logic, leading to rooms that existed only in the realm of dreams. Windows caught light from impossible angles, creating a sense of otherworldly beauty that transcended mere architecture. And in the margins, faded notes spoke of threshold spaces and liminal architecture, stirring my imagination with their enigmatic wisdom. Night after night, I delved deeper into the sketches, losing myself in their intricate patterns and cryptic symbols. The soft scratch of my pencil against paper became a ritual, a form of meditation that carried me into a realm where time held no sway. It was during these quiet hours, when the world slumbered and my mind wandered, that I felt a presence guiding my hand, a ghostly architect whispering secrets of design and purpose. As I immersed myself in the blueprints, a subtle shift began to take hold within me. The boundaries of my own home blurred, shadows gaining a life of their own, and corners revealing hidden curves that defied reality. The house itself seemed to breathe, its walls murmuring in a language only I could hear, a language spoken in the silent symphony of architecture. One night, bathed in the silver glow of the moon, I uncovered a hidden sequence of numbers within the sketches, a code that pulsed with a strange, ethereal beauty. Transcribing them became a labor of love, each digit a note in a symphony of mathematical poetry that resonated with the very essence of the structure's design. And then came the dreams, visions of wandering through the impossible corridors of the mysterious building, a place of shifting floors and celestial symbols. There was no fear in these dreams, only a sense of awe and wonder that filled me to the brim with peaceful longing. The central chamber, with its enigmatic symbols and ever-changing form, became a beacon in my nocturnal explorations, a place where time and space intertwined in a dance of harmony. Now, as I sit in my study, surrounded by my sketches and the enigmatic blueprints, I feel a sense of quiet revelation wash over me. The shadows outside my window align perfectly with the angles of the drawings, as if nature herself is in tune with the secrets I've uncovered. In these moments of perfect stillness, I understand that the architect's identity may forever remain a mystery, but their legacy lives on in the beauty of their creations. The rain continues its gentle serenade, a lullaby of whispered secrets and unspoken truths. And as I write these words by lamplight, I know that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, like a dream that lingers on the edge of memory, leaving behind a sense of peace and wonder. The sketchbook rests on my desk, its pages fluttering in the soft breeze of my thoughts, carrying me to the edges of a world where art and mystery converge in a dance of eternal beauty. Story 22. On a somber afternoon, amidst my usual pile of mail, I stumbled upon an unmarked envelope. Opening it revealed a yellowed paper adorned with handwritten words that seemed to awaken dormant memories within me. The faint aroma of aged ink mingled with lavender enveloped the room, prompting me to question the very foundations of my past. The paper, fragile and worn with time, felt like a whisper against my fingertips. Raindrops tapped gently on the window, creating a serene cadence that harmonized with the rhythm of my heart. The soft glow of my reading lamp bathed the letter in a warm amber light, causing the elegant script to dance before my eyes. My dearest friend, the letter commenced, I write to jog your memory of the summer house where we shared cherished days. Strangely, I had no recollection of such a place. Yet as I delved into the words, I could almost feel the sun's caress on my skin and hear the distant melody of waves lapping against a shore. The crackle of the fireplace beside me provided a comforting ambience as I continued to read. Each sentence seemed to unlock a mysterious vault in my mind, unveiling memories that felt simultaneously alien and intimately known. Visions of salt-kissed air, verdant grass underfoot, and the gentle rustle of cotton curtains in a breeze flooded my senses. The letter painted scenes of afternoon teas in delicate china, hushed dialogues amidst ever-blooming roses, and a locked room on the mysterious third floor. With each description, the memories swelled in clarity and intensity, though I was certain these were not my own experiences. My cat nestled in my lap, her purrs grounding me in the present as my mind wandered through these phantom recollections. The handwriting remained steadfast and graceful, weaving tales of misty garden strolls, flickering candlelit shadows, and ethereal piano melodies. The creak of my home's wooden floors seemed to echo the sounds described in the letter, the nocturnal whispers of the summer house's ancient timbers. The scent of lavender grew more potent, pervading the room with memories that felt borrowed, yet undeniably real. The letter hinted at shared secrets, unspoken bonds, and a locket said to have always adorned my neck, holding a portrait of two enigmatic women outside a grand estate. Though my hand found only bare skin, the phantom weight of the locket lingered, a ghostly reminder of a past I couldn't recall. Beyond the window, the rain murmured a cryptic lullaby, its words just out of reach. Descriptions of rainy days in the library, where books' titles shifted in the periphery, stirred a sense of familiarity I couldn't place. As I approached the letter's conclusion, the ink seemed to fade, as if the words themselves were slipping into memory. The writer recounted a pivotal choice we had made, a ritual under a moon that defied logic. The letter's parting words lingered in the air. Memories are more malleable than we perceive. The narrative we accept about ourselves is but a chosen tale. May this letter prompt a different narrative, or merely rekindle the one you've chosen to forget. Signed with a cryptic initial that wavered with each attempt to decipher it, the letter was returned to its creased confines, my reflection in the window momentarily unfamiliar in the lamplight. The rain subsided, the scent of lavender dissipated, and I knew that the memories, whether borrowed or born of my own mind, had forever shifted. Drifting into slumber in my cozy armchair, the echoes of waves and piano keys serenaded me, and the phantom weight of an imagined locket rested against my skin. Story 23. On a hazy afternoon, I ventured into a deserted quarry on the outskirts of a tranquil town. The vast expanse was alive with soft, eerie whispers as the wind danced through rugged rocks and hidden nooks. The cool fragrance of aged stone and lingering dampness hung in the air, creating a sense of a clandestine dialogue between the quarry and the passage of time. I found myself pondering the enigmatic tales these silent walls had borne witness to over the ages. With each step deeper into the quarry, my footfalls softly echoed against weathered stone pathways. The movement stirred up delicate clouds of pale dust that pirouetted in the muted light filtering through the cloudy sky. As I descended, the air grew noticeably cooler, carrying with it an unexplainable sweetness reminiscent of rain-kissed blossoms. Abandoned places had always drawn me in, but this quarry held a unique allure. A gentle thrum of energy seemed to emanate from its very core. The towering stone walls, like ancient sentinels encircling me, bore the marks of human toil through countless epochs, yet now they whispered of something far more ancient, far more profound. Turning a corner, a peculiar sight caught my attention. There, against a wall partly veiled by creeping vines, stood an old wooden door. Its surface, weathered to a soft gray, appeared surprisingly well preserved despite its age. What struck me most was not the door itself, but the way the vines surrounding it moved, not at the behest of the wind, but in a slow, rhythmic motion akin to breathing. Approaching cautiously, my fingers grazed the cool stone beside the door. The sweet scent in the air intensified, mingling with an earthy aroma evocative of freshly turned soil. Standing there, I began to perceive subtle shifts in the quarry's ambience. The natural echo of the space seemed to transform, assuming an almost musical cadence. It was as though the stone itself hummed a melody just beneath the threshold of conscious hearing. The door bore no handle, only a smooth, worn surface where one might expect to find one. Intricate patterns carved into the wood caught my eye, spirals and curves that appeared to move and shift when viewed from different angles, weaving an endless dance of geometric elegance. In that place, time seemed to flow like a meandering stream. The once cloudy sky above had darkened imperceptibly, leaving me uncertain whether minutes or hours had slipped by. The quarry's murmurs had grown more distinct, though their meaning remained elusive, akin to muffled conversations overheard through walls. Mesmerized, I found myself seated on a polished boulder near the door, captivated by the gentle undulation of the vines and the steady pulse of some ancient energy coursing through the quarry. As twilight descended, faint points of light began to emerge from the quarry's deeper recesses. Though dim, they moved purposefully, resembling stars shifting in a stone firmament. Their motion mirrored the carvings on the wooden door, fostering a silent dialogue between light and shadow. The sweet fragrance intensified, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness, as though the very air had thickened to cradle my body. The quarry's murmurs evolved into a tranquil symphony of stone and breeze, punctuated by sounds that might have been echoes of footsteps or heartbeats, or perhaps both. Upon rising to depart, a subtle change caught my eye. The door, while unchanged in appearance, seemed to have shifted slightly, revealing a narrow line of warm light along its edge. The vines continued their gentle breathing motion, now stretching ever so slowly, extending delicate tendrils that emitted a faint glow in the encroaching darkness. Though I refrained from touching the door that day, I have revisited the quarry numerous times since. Sometimes I sit for hours, entranced by the interplay of light and shadow, absorbing the quarry's whispered riddles. The door remains an enigma, neither yielding nor closing, yet constantly evolving in subtle ways that elude my grasp. What mysteries lie beyond it? The question lingers in my thoughts during quiet moments, yet I have come to accept that some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved. The quarry guards its secrets, divulging them solely through whispers and clues, through the gentle sway of vines and the soft radiance of hidden lights. Perhaps the true enchantment lies not in uncovering the door's secret, but in the serene contemplation of its existence. In my dreams, I often return to that spot, sensing the warm stone beneath me and the cool caress of the breeze against my skin. The quarry's murmurs accompany me into slumber, a melodic lullaby of stone and time, reminding me that certain places dwell in the liminal spaces between knowledge and imagination, between sight and emotion. The door remains, nestled amidst its breathing vines, neither inviting nor barring passage. And the quarry persists in its ancient discourse with time, speaking in whispers and lights, in shadows and scents, imparting tales to those who approach with an open heart and a tranquil mind. Story 24. In the quiet hush of a late evening, I found myself drawn to an abandoned cinema, its marquee a fading echo of a grander time. As I stepped inside, the musty air wrapped around me, carrying whispers of forgotten dreams and faded glory. The only sound was the gentle hum of a solitary projector coming to life, casting ethereal shadows on the worn screen. The scent of popcorn and dust mingled in the air, creating a melancholic symphony that seemed to speak of secrets long held within these decaying walls. Taking a seat in the back row, the velvet cushions sighed beneath me, urging me to stay and bear witness to the silent tale unfolding before me. The flickering light from the projector painted intricate patterns of dust in the air, like delicate memories dancing just out of reach. Shadows moved with a life of their own, stirring in the corners of my vision, whispering secrets I strained to hear. The film that played before me was a mystery, a black and white enigma that seemed to peer into the depths of my soul. A woman, elusive and elegant, moved through scenes of longing and search, her face forever turned away, her purpose unknown. I felt her desperation, her yearning, as if her quest mirrored my own unspoken desires. A soft murmur brushed against my ear, a ghostly voice speaking words I could not quite grasp. The temperature shifted around me, warm whispers of breath ghosting past, leaving a trail of fleeting warmth in their wake. The room pulsed with a life of its own, a heartbeat echoing through time. As the film unfolded, I noticed subtle shifts, discrepancies that hinted at a deeper truth hidden within the frames. The woman's dress changed colors, scenes repeated with subtle variations, drawing me further into the web of mystery that surrounded her. The crackle of the sound system filled the air, a steady rhythm of breaths and sighs that seemed to sync with the beating of my own heart. The scent of jasmine hung heavy in the air, mingling with the old theater smells, weaving a tapestry of longing and regret that settled deep within my bones. I felt a connection to this unknown woman, a shared sorrow that bound us together in this timeless moment. And then the film shifted, showing me the theater itself in its former glory, a sea of faces watching, waiting. Among them the woman sat, her presence a haunting echo of a past long gone, her gaze fixed on an empty seat that seemed to beckon to me. A diary lay forgotten, its pages a testament to her endless search for closure, for the perfect ending that eluded her grasp. As the final frames flickered before me, the woman turned, her face hidden from view, lost in a sea of static and darkness. The projector clicked off, plunging me into a void broken only by the dim glow of the exit signs. A presence, fleeting yet undeniably real, brushed against my hand as I returned the diary to its resting place, a silent acknowledgement of shared understanding. In the lobby, I turned back to the empty auditorium, catching a glimpse of a figure in a vintage dress, a silent sentinel in the fading light. A wave, a farewell, a moment frozen in time before she vanished into the shadows, leaving behind only the lingering scent of jasmine and a sense of unfinished stories. Years have passed, but the memory lingers, a bittersweet reminder of that night in the abandoned cinema. Sometimes, when the world grows quiet and the old films play, I catch a whiff of jasmine on the air, a whisper of a presence long gone. And in those moments, I know that somewhere in the dark corners of forgotten theaters, there are stories waiting to be heard, endings waiting to be written by those who dare to listen. Story 25. On a misty night along the coast, I ventured to an abandoned pier that extended into the dark, restless waters. Etched into a worn beam, I discovered a series of symbols shimmering faintly under the moon's pale gaze. The salty breeze carried a hint of enigma, and as my fingertips traced the marks, it felt as though I held a key to a long-buried secret beneath the tides. The rhythmic lull of waves against weathered pillars wove a spellbinding cadence, drawing me into deep contemplation. Stationed there, I observed how the wooden planks beneath me murmured with each step, echoing the footfalls of bygone years. The air was heavy with the tang of salt and damp wood, intertwined with a presence that evoked ancient tomes and forgotten chambers. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that pier by an inexplicable force. Each visit unveiled fresh intricacies within the cryptic markings, curves that seemed to dance in the moon's glow, lines that morphed into new patterns with the ebb and flow of the tide. The gentle creaking of the planks became a familiar companion, a dialogue between the sea and the structure daring to breach its realm. Upon my fifth visit, a peculiar discovery awaited me. The air surrounding the marked beam held a subtle warmth distinct from the cool maritime breeze. When I pressed my palm against the wood, it pulsed gently with a warmth that synchronized with my heartbeat. This sensation, delicate yet undeniable, akin to cradling a cup of tea that never cooled. Often the fog thickened as I studied the symbols, enveloping me like a soft shroud. Within its embrace, sounds dulled and distant, creating an intimate enclave where time flowed with a different rhythm. At times, I fancied I heard a soft hum rising from beneath the pier, harmonizing with the ocean's cadence. One hushed night, as I sat beside the marked beam, I noted the unusual stillness of the water below. Its surface mirrored the moon with flawless clarity, yet beneath that liquid mirror, shadows moved with graceful intent. Neither fish nor typical marine life, these forms remained elusive yet purposeful. The symbols began to infiltrate my dreams, transforming into maps of uncharted lands or shifting beneath my touch like living script. I commenced a journal, sketching the symbols as they manifested each night, observing their subtle changes with the lunar phases. Weeks passed and I realized that other visitors to the pier remained oblivious to the markings. Their gazes slid over the beam as though it were merely weathered wood. Even when I attempted to draw attention to them, people merely nodded and redirected the conversation, their interest sliding away like water off glass. The true revelation arrived with the new moon. In the absence of lunar light, the symbols emitted a soft phosphorescence, casting a gentle blue-green glow that rippled akin to underwater currents. The warm pulse within the wood intensified, and the subterranean hum beneath the pier grew clearer, carrying melodic notes resembling a language long forgotten. Near the marked beam, I found small tokens manifesting smooth stones adorned with spirals, iridescent shell fragments emitting an inner luminescence, strands of silvery seaweed drying into intricate patterns. Each item bore a cryptic message, its meaning elusive yet compelling. Now, as I pen these words, I recognize my entanglement in the mystery that resides here. The symbols have begun to appear elsewhere, in the condensation on my bathroom mirror, in the rain patterns on my windows, in the cream swirls of my morning coffee. They transcend mere symbols, evolving into a dialogue I slowly decipher. The pier has transformed beyond a mere structure stretching into the sea. It stands as a threshold, a boundary between the familiar and the enigmatic. The gentle enigma of the symbols unfolds ceaselessly, withholding its full revelation yet offering glimpses that lure me back, night after night, to that juncture where the ordinary world converges with something deeper, older, and infinitely more patient than human comprehension. I've come to realize that certain mysteries are meant to be felt rather than solved. The symbols on the pier have taught me to find solace in uncertainty, to embrace the gentle tug of the unknown. As I sit here now, observing the fog's embrace and feeling the familiar warmth beneath my touch, I comprehend that my purpose isn't to unravel this mystery, but to become a part of its ongoing narrative, weaving my own thread into the ancient tale told in this liminal space between land and sea. Story 26. Along a rugged coastline, I found myself drawn to an abandoned lighthouse standing against the crashing waves. Its faded red paint and crumbling stone whispered of lost sailors and forgotten hopes. A quiet sadness lingered in the air, as if the lighthouse itself mourned the passage of time. The wind howled, the sea salt lingered, and a soft, sorrowful whisper seemed to drift from within, a melancholic tune carried by the night. I parked my car by the lighthouse, its headlights casting long shadows on the weathered path leading to the entrance. Each step I took on the gravel was deliberate, the evening air heavy with moisture and memory. Spirals of mist wrapped around the base of the tower, ghostly fingers reaching upward as if beckoning me closer. The door, surprisingly unlocked, opened with a gentle groan, the hinges singing a mournful note that echoed the whisper from before. Inside, the scent of old wood and sea salt filled the air, intermingled with a sweeter aroma, perhaps remnants of lamp oil from days long past. Climbing the spiral staircase, my hand brushed against the cool metal railing, each footstep resonating with a hollow sound. The worn wooden steps creaked softly in acknowledgement of my presence, and through salt-crusted windows, I glimpsed the darkening sky pulsing with an ethereal energy. The keeper's quarters below the lantern room felt suspended in time. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, creating galaxies of light. An open logbook on a wooden desk held yellowed pages, the last entry dated decades ago. But it was the rocking chair by the window that swayed ever so slightly, defying the stillness of the air, that caught my eye. Photographs lined the walls, each capturing the lighthouse in different lights, different seasons, always with the same woman at the gallery rail. Her long dress billowed, her gaze fixed upon the sea, a sense of longing palpable in every frame. As I ascended to the lantern room, the whisper grew stronger, a memory of a voice carrying notes of yearning and patience. In the circular space, the massive Fresnel lens refracted the remaining twilight into rainbow fragments, a pristine beauty in the abandoned space. Mesmerized by the distant waves and the haunting melody that filled the room, I felt a sudden drop in temperature and sensed a presence beside me, smelling of lavender and sea spray. In the lens's reflection, I caught a glimpse of a woman in a pale dress, her eyes fixed on the horizon. But when I turned, she was gone, leaving only the lingering notes of her sorrowful song weaving with the wind's whisper. I descended slowly, respecting the profound melancholy of the place, the photographs now revealing the woman's hope and resignation. Sitting in my car, I watched the stars emerge above the lighthouse, the whisper now a gentle reminder. It no longer felt mysterious or unsettling, but carried a message of enduring love and duty. On quiet nights, the haunting melody still reaches me, a tribute to the woman in the lantern room, forever watching over lost sailors with a light that never fades. Haunted not to scare but to teach, the lighthouse stands as a testament to the timeless power of love, duty, and memory. Some forces echo through eternity like a whispered song, gentle yet everlasting. Story 27. Late one serene night, I found myself drawn to an ancient observatory on the edge of town. Amongst the silent telescopes and dusty star charts, a hidden mural of eyes on a weathered wall captured my attention. The celestial expanse outside mingled with a mysterious glow within, while a gentle breeze, tinged with hints of ozone and aged parchment, whispered a subtle message. The observatory itself was sentient, safeguarding cosmic enigmas from a forgotten era. Upon crossing the threshold, time seemed to slow its relentless march. My flashlight cast a soft glow, revealing weathered wooden floors that murmured beneath my steps, their time-worn patterns resembling frozen rivers under the pale moonlight. The air held a profound stillness, pregnant with the weight of countless nights spent gazing at the stars. Venturing further into the circular chamber, my focus was drawn to the abandoned instruments. A grand telescope, its brass dulled by neglect, pointed steadfastly towards the heavens through the open dome. Scattered papers surrounding its base displayed intricate calculations in faded ink, with mathematical symbols dancing across their yellowed surfaces like ancient hieroglyphics. The carved eyes that adorned the wall seemed to track my every move, yet far from menacing, they exuded a sense of patient observation, as if they had witnessed the celestial ballet unfold through the eons. Some eyes were deeply etched into the stone, while others shimmered faintly, capturing and reflecting the starlight filtering through the dome. A gentle breeze stirred the dust, forming lazy spirals that danced in the moon's gentle caress. A blend of aged books and metal scents wafted through the chamber, intermingled with an otherworldly fragrance reminiscent of meteor showers and aurora borealis. Intrigued, I gravitated towards a corner housing an antique desk adorned with star charts from epochs past. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a peculiar anomaly. The constellations depicted on the oldest charts differed subtly from their modern counterparts. This misalignment wasn't a result of astronomical drift, but rather hinted at a gradual rearrangement of the celestial canvas itself. As the desk drawers yielded to my touch with soft sighs, I uncovered leather-bound journals filled with elegant script. Descriptions of watching eyes in the void and stellar patterns that breathe filled the pages, accompanied by meticulous measurements and calculations. A gentle warmth emanated from the ancient walls, and as my fingers trailed along the stone's surface, I sensed a subtle vibration, akin to a slumbering giant's heartbeat. The carved eyes seemed to pulse in synchrony, their rhythm mirroring the cosmic dance above. Time flowed differently within that sanctum. Minutes stretched into hours as I delved deeper, yet when I consulted my timepiece, only moments had slipped away. The dome above groaned and shifted, aligning itself with some unseen celestial target without visible intervention. In a journal entry penned decades past, an astronomer chronicled the discovery of a celestial anomaly, an enigmatic entity that defied classification, seemingly observing Earth as Earth observed it. The writer's hand trembled not from fear, but from a profound sense of recognition. As night deepened its embrace, a realization dawned upon me. The observatory was not abandoned, it had transcended its physical form. The eyes adorning the walls were not mere embellishments, but markers of metamorphosis. The structure had evolved into a living conduit, bridging earthly watchers with cosmic beholders. Seated at the ancient desk, I watched as stars pirouetted through the dome, the carved eyes pulsing in celestial cadence. The boundary between observer and observed blurred, melding into a seamless tapestry of mutual contemplation. With the approaching dawn, a sense of transformation enveloped me. Though I knew I should depart, the night had imprinted upon me a profound shift in perception. The observatory had imparted its secret. The cosmos had always been a silent witness, gazing back through eyes both celestial and carved. Casting a final glance over my shoulder as I departed into the pre-dawn light, the observatory stood sentinel against the waning stars, its dome oriented towards an unseen cosmic nexus. Occasionally I returned to that hallowed space, though never lingering as on that inaugural night. The eyes remained vigilant, timeless in their watch, a reminder that in the cosmic symphony of observation, we are both audience and actors. The most profound revelation I gleaned was that understanding transcends words and explanations. It resides in the quiet interstices between starshine and shadow, in the ancient pulse of stone, and in the patient gaze of eyes that have beheld the cosmos since time immemorial. The enigma of the observatory was not meant to be deciphered, but experienced a living testament that some mysteries are best left shrouded in the velvety embrace of uncertainty. Story 28. Amidst a sudden deluge on an otherwise unremarkable night, I sought shelter beneath an awning to evade the rain. The droplets drummed a fierce beat on the pavement, yet amidst the storm I caught a faint, urgent whisper on the wind. The damp, cool air carried the fragrance of fresh rain and distant thunder. While the whispered words hinted at enigmatic truths the storm was eager to unveil. Entranced, I stood beneath the canopy, listening to the rhythmic symphony of raindrops on the canvas above me. Once more the whisper reached me, clearer this time, as though spoken just at my shoulder. I turned but found only empty space and the encroaching dusk. Streetlights flickered to life, casting gentle halos in the misty atmosphere. The voice beckoned me, drawing me towards a narrow passageway flanked by weathered brick buildings. Ordinarily, I would have dismissed such a call, yet this night held a different allure. The whisper bore no ill will, only a soft insistence reminiscent of my grandmother's bedtime tales. Stepping cautiously into the alley, the rain transformed into a gentle mist, caressing my skin. The ancient brick walls exuded warmth, as if they harbored the essence of centuries of sunlight, now slowly releasing it into the world. My footfalls echoed softly in the puddles, creating mesmerizing patterns of light. The alley widened into a secluded courtyard, shielded from prying eyes by the surrounding structures. At its heart stood an ancient fountain, its weathered stone exuding a timeless aura. Water cascaded from its spout, blending with the rain in a melodic harmony. The whisper seemed to emanate from the very heart of the fountain, growing stronger as I drew nearer. Clusters of small blue flowers encircled the base, their petals aglow with an otherworldly light that pulsed in harmony with the falling water. These blooms, both ancient and freshly blossomed, defied conventional understanding. Kneeling beside the fountain, I felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Faint markings adorned the stone, resembling inscriptions of a language lost to time. As my fingers traced the symbols, they shifted and morphed beneath my touch, akin to words dissolving in water. The whisper evolved into coherent words, speaking of memories, promises, and the cyclical nature of time, mirroring the spiraling water in the fountain. It recounted the tales of past visitors drawn to this sanctuary on rainy nights, each heeding the same gentle call. Within the fountain's pool, I glimpsed reflections that defied logic, visions of bygone eras, lives, and moments intertwined with my own. Each reflection shimmered and faded like dreams upon waking, leaving behind a fleeting impression. The blue flowers continued their gentle pulse, casting ethereal shadows that danced across the courtyard walls. Time here flowed differently, akin to honey cascading from a spoon, leisurely and sweet. A sense of tranquility enveloped me, dispelling any urgency or fear brought by the encroaching darkness. The whispers morphed into a soothing lullaby, evoking half-remembered childhood comforts. Seated by the fountain, I watched as the rain persisted, veiling this hidden realm from the outside world. The whispers divulged secrets I knew I could never fully grasp, yet would forever linger in my subconscious dreams. When I rose to depart, a lone blue flower detached itself, drifting into my outstretched palm. Its once glowing petals now dimmed to match the natural world, yet retained a timeless beauty. As I retraced my steps through the alley, the whispers waned, yet their warmth lingered like a tender embrace. Emerging onto the street, the rain had ceased, though the air remained laden with moisture. The familiar glow of streetlights illuminated the damp pavement, restoring life to its usual cadence. Yet within me, I harbored the imprint of that enigmatic courtyard, forever altered by its gentle mystique. On rainy evenings since that fateful night, I sometimes catch a faint echo of those whispers carried on the breeze. The blue flower rests upon my windowsill, appearing unremarkable to others. But in the dead of night, when the world falls silent, it pulses with a soft light, a reminder of vows sworn in the rain, of enigmas lingering just beyond our perception, patiently awaiting discovery by those attuned to the whispers in the storm. Story 29. In the hushed embrace of twilight, while wandering the labyrinth of city streets, a peculiar verse caught my eye etched upon a weathered brick wall. The words, faded yet melodic, whispered a haunting tale that seemed to echo through the cool evening air, mingling with the scent of rain-kissed concrete. It felt as if the very soul of the city was revealing an ancient secret, a tale meant only for those willing to heed its cryptic call. A soft breeze stirred the narrow alleyway, carrying with it the gentle rustle of fallen leaves and a distant symphony of life's echoes. Drawing closer to the wall, I traced my fingers over the worn brick surface, feeling the words pulse beneath my touch. The ink, neither fresh nor completely faded, existed in a realm between reality and memory, as if suspended in time. Each line of the rhyme bore a distinct handwriting style, a fusion of elegant cursive strokes and precise, rigid characters, blending in an eerie harmony that captivated my senses. As the street lamps flickered to life, casting warm, dancing shadows upon the wall, I reached for my phone to illuminate the mysterious verse. Yet under the artificial light, the words seemed to shift and rearrange themselves, a mesmerizing dance of letters that defied comprehension. Blinking in disbelief, I felt a sense of enchantment weaving its way into my consciousness. In the deepening night, I found myself memorizing the verses effortlessly, as if they had always resided in the recesses of my mind, waiting to be awakened. The rhyme spoke of shadows as companions, of memories lingering in the spaces between seconds, and of a melody known only to the silent walls. Night after night, I returned to the wall, the verses haunting my dreams and thoughts with their enigmatic presence. Others passed by, their hands brushing against the bricks, their expressions distant yet captivated, as if hearing a song that eluded my perception. Weeks turned into months, and I discovered similar verses adorning various walls across the city, each one interconnected like chapters in an endless saga. The handwriting styles remained consistent, a tapestry of unknown authors weaving a web of mystery throughout the urban landscape. Documenting my findings through blurred photographs, I delved deeper into the enigma, sensing a shift in my perception. Street sounds transformed into rhythmic melodies, the rain tapping out ancient codes in the symphony of the night. On quiet evenings, I stood before the original wall where the verse had first beckoned to me, and felt a communal sense of wonder shared by the strangers who joined me in silent contemplation. The rhyme spoke of a time when cities pulsed with life, when walls held memories, and when streets sang with the echoes of countless souls. It hinted at a hidden world existing parallel to our own, visible only to those who paused to listen and observe. Soft hums seemed to emanate from the bricks themselves on certain nights, a lullaby woven from urban echoes and forgotten dreams. With the changing seasons, the words on the wall adapted, shimmering in the summer heat, flowing like liquid in autumn rains, and forming delicate frost patterns in the winter chill. I continued to visit the wall, witnessing subtle additions to the rhyme, new lines emerging between the old, the family of handwriting expanding in an ever-evolving narrative. The mystery of the rhyme remained unsolved, its impact differing for each reader. Some left with tranquil smiles, others with a contemplative gaze that lingered for days. Many, like myself, returned repeatedly, drawn by an unspoken connection to the elusive essence of those ancient words. The evolving poem seemed to hold a collective consciousness, a shared narrative of urban existence that transcended time and space. Amidst the falling night, as the city settled into its nocturnal rhythm, I pondered the unknown authors whose spirits lingered within the verses. Were they still out there, adding to their cryptic creation, wandering the streets in search of inspiration? Perhaps we had crossed paths unknowingly, linked by invisible bonds of shared curiosity, all part of a tale that inscribed itself upon the margins of our urban reality. Story 30. In the quiet embrace of night, a mysterious allure beckoned me towards an aging theater on the fringes of town. Once a grandeur of opulence, now shrouded in the veils of decay, the theater stood as a silent witness to the passage of time. Its ornate balconies and velvet seats whispered tales of yesteryears filled with applause and the poignant echoes of drama. Stepping onto the time-worn stage, a haunting voice laden with sorrow and longing gently caressed my senses. It resonated through the hollow chambers, intermingling with the musty fragrance of aged curtains and forsaken dreams, casting doubt upon the emptiness of the theater. A soft autumn breeze tiptoed through unseen crevices, orchestrating a symphony of rustling papers and distant murmurs that seemed to linger in the air. Each footfall upon the weathered boards of the stage elicited a sigh, as if the very essence of memories lingered within the wooden fibers. The atmosphere enveloped me in a peculiar heaviness, as if I traversed through veils of time suspended in the stillness of the theater. Above, the grand chandelier hung in silent repose, its crystals dust-laden yet occasionally catching stray beams of moonlight that filtered through the lofty windows, casting ethereal patterns upon the walls. Drawn towards the wing of the stage, where forgotten props lay shrouded in sheets akin to gentle waves in the dim glow, I sought the origin of the ethereal voice. Faint now, the voice seemed to emanate from this direction, guiding my steps. Amongst the relics of performances past, a weathered dressing room mirror caught my gaze. Its aged surface, veiled in a mystical shimmer, exuded an otherworldly allure that beckoned me closer. As I approached, a chill descended, not unwelcome but noticeable. The mirror pulsated with an enigmatic energy, casting reflections that moved independently of my own form, like spectral echoes of long-gone actors perfecting their art. The voice, now clearer, carried a melodious cadence, weaving a tale of tragic romance that tugged at the heartstrings, embracing both solace and sorrow. Time seemed to ebb and flow within the confines of the theater, minutes stretching into hours as I delved deeper into its forgotten realms. Crumbling playbills and faint traces of perfume clung to the remnants of costumes, whispering of performances long past. The voice, a constant companion, led me through the labyrinth of the theater's memories, each word a thread binding the tapestry of its history. In the dimming light of evening, shadows danced with purpose across the seats, as if the very essence of the theater stirred with a life of its own. Seated in a well-preserved velvet chair, I observed the play of dust motes in the waning sunlight, feeling the theater breathe around me, expanding and contracting with the weight of untold stories. In the tranquility of that moment, a realization dawned: the voice was not merely a narrator, but the embodiment of the theater itself, a custodian of memories and emotions. Each whispered word carried echoes of standing ovations, tearful farewells, and the bittersweet beauty of beginnings and endings. The gentle rhythm of the voice cocooned me in nostalgia, weaving a tapestry of remembrances that enveloped my soul. As night descended, the voice transcended its earthly origins, resonating from the very essence of the space, infusing the air with a warm vibrancy that transcended understanding. The chandelier, now bathed in moonlight, scattered prisms of color across the ceiling, painting a celestial dance of light and shadow. Drifting on the cusp of wakefulness and slumber, the voice lulled me into a realm where reality and dream intertwined seamlessly. Shadows morphed into phantom spectators, their presence felt in the play of moonbeams and whispers of the night. Enveloped in a profound tranquility, I sensed a deep peace settling within the theater's ancient bones. As the voice gradually faded, leaving behind a resonance of gratitude, I understood that my presence had acknowledged and honored the stories held within the theater's embrace. With a gentle sigh, the theater settled into a hushed repose, a silent guardian of memories preparing for the embrace of sleep. Departing from the theater, the echo of the voice lingered as a faint memory, a whisper of the enigmatic journey I had undertaken. Yet the theater felt transformed, infused with a renewed vitality despite its deserted state. And in the quiet hours between twilight and dawn, the call of the voice beckoned me back, a soft reminder that within the shadows and dust, narratives awaited those willing to listen. The theater stood as a sanctuary, a realm where past and present intertwined, where memories danced like ethereal specters in the moonlight, forever enshrined in the gentle echoes of that mysterious voice. Story 31. In the depths of my attic, amid forgotten relics and dusty memories, I stumbled upon a relic of a bygone era, a weathered antique radio, its dial worn smooth by time and its speakers hushed in silence. Yet on a hushed night when the world held its breath, the radio crackled to life, as if stirred from a slumber of ages past. Through the veil of static, faint voices and melodies seeped into the air, carrying with them a haunting aroma of antiquity and fleeting dreams. Each fragmented note that emerged felt like a whispered secret, a yearning plea from a forgotten time. Intrigued by this ethereal symphony, I found myself drawn to the attic more often, captivated by the enigmatic allure that hung in the air like a gossamer veil. Dust motes pirouetted in the moonlit beams that filtered through the small window, casting a spell of enchantment upon the space. The creak of worn wooden floorboards underfoot led me to a corner where the radio perched upon an ancient oak table, its mahogany sheen dulled by the weight of years gone by. And so, with the coming of twilight, I settled into a worn leather armchair beside the radio, a ritual that unfolded with the grace of a silent dance. Night after night, I would tenderly turn the brass dial, watching as the soft amber glow of the vacuum tubes cast a warm luminescence upon the room, a beacon in the darkness. Sometimes only the soft hiss of static greeted me, reminiscent of rain falling gently upon a window pane. But on nights heavy with possibility, a transformation would occur as if the very air shimmered with anticipation. The music would seep forth, not in a sudden burst, but in a gradual unfurling, each note a brushstroke painting a portrait of forgotten melodies. Waltzes hung weightless in the air, jazz tunes whispered of bygone nights steeped in smoke and laughter, and voices sang in languages unknown yet achingly familiar. One evening, as autumn's breath rustled the leaves outside, a shift occurred in the radio's transmission. Amidst the melodies, soft words emerged, tender and clear. Remember the garden, remember the dance, remember the promise. The voice, neither young nor old, neither male nor female, carried a warmth that stirred a deep sense of recognition within me. Compelled by this mysterious connection, I began to keep a journal, documenting the whispers that emanated from the radio, noting the phases of the moon, the patterns of the weather, searching for clues in the tapestry of sound that enveloped me. With the advent of winter, the attic grew colder, yet I remained cocooned in the embrace of the radio's melodies, lost in a reverie that transcended time and space. There were nights when I would drift into slumber, only to awaken to the radio's gentle cadence still weaving through the room, a lullaby for the dreaming soul. In those liminal moments between wakefulness and sleep, the voices behind the music would materialize before me, ephemeral and elusive, like shadows cast by a flickering flame. But it was on a night blanketed in snow's serene hush that the radio's message pierced through the veil of mystery. Speaking directly to my soul, it unearthed long-buried memories of childhood details so intimate and forgotten that they felt like shards of a fractured mirror piecing themselves back together. And in that revelation, a profound peace settled within me, a sense of wholeness rediscovered. As the seasons turned and time wove its tapestry, subtle shifts began to manifest in my waking life. Colors bloomed with newfound vibrancy, memories sparkled with clarity, and dreams unfurled like ancient scrolls, revealing truths long concealed. The radio's influence transcended mere sound, reaching into the depths of my being, coaxing dormant echoes to resound once more. Melodies unknown to me would linger on my lips, harmonizing with the rhythm of my heartbeat, a symphony of the soul. In the quiet interludes when the radio fell silent, I pondered the mysteries of existence, contemplating the myriad layers of reality that overlapped and intertwined, invisible threads weaving a tapestry of existence beyond comprehension. I refrained from dissecting the radio's inner workings, for I sensed that its magic lay not in its mechanisms, but in the ethereal spaces between the notes, where the boundaries of reality blurred and imagination took flight. And so, as I pen these words under the watchful gaze of the radio's amber glow, its nocturnal serenades continue to weave a spell of enchantment. The enigma remains unsolved, yet in the quiet hum of static, in the whispered echoes of a distant past, I have unearthed a different kind of truth, one that transcends logic and speaks directly to the heart. The radio's soft crackle has become a lullaby that guides me into the realm of dreams, a beacon that illuminates the path to hidden chambers of the soul. And in the stillness of night, I wonder if somewhere in the vast expanse of cosmic silence, another soul is listening, their story interwoven with mine, a symphony of echoes resonating through the tapestry of time. Story 32. Amidst the forgotten treasures tucked away in the attic's shadows, I stumbled upon a hidden canvas concealed behind an old trunk, its surface a tapestry of incomplete whispers. The painting depicted a figure caught in a moment of metamorphosis, a dance of light and darkness that stirred a sense of eerie recognition within me. The air in the attic was heavy with the fragrance of aged paper and memories long since faded, wrapping me in a cocoon of nostalgia. As my eyes traced the delicate lines and strokes of the portrait, a peculiar sensation crept over me, as if it held secrets of a past I had never lived. I lowered myself onto a weathered wooden chair, the dust motes pirouetting in the soft rays of light filtering through a small attic window. The painting seemed to shimmer in the muted glow, its edges blending into the raw canvas like whispers on the wind. The face on the canvas existed in a realm between presence and absence, certain features sharp and defined while others dissolved into obscurity, as if the artist had been interrupted in their creation. The ancient house groaned and settled around me, a comforting symphony that lulled me into a trance as I delved deeper into contemplation. Tracing the worn frame with my fingertips, I felt the history etched into its surface, a map of bygone years and untold stories. The eyes of the portrait held me captive, painted with such precision and depth that they seemed to beckon from beyond their two-dimensional prison. As the day waned and twilight cast its golden spell upon the attic, the light shifted, casting elongated shadows that danced across the floorboards. A subtle chill crept into the air, carrying with it the crisp scent of impending autumn through a crack in the window frame. In the growing darkness, I found myself drawn to the painting in a way I couldn't quite explain. Certain brushstrokes seemed to shift and transform, offering glimpses of different emotions and possibilities with each passing moment. The unfinished nature of the portrait invited me to see beyond its surface, to explore the myriad paths it could have taken. Hours slipped by unnoticed as I sat with the painting, my gaze locked in a silent conversation with the enigmatic figure on the canvas. In a moment of serendipity, I discovered a faded inscription hidden behind the artwork. "Remember, the light changes everything." The words, penned in a dreamlike script, whispered of untold truths and hidden meanings. Bringing old journals and photographs to join me in the attic, I surrounded the portrait with fragments of the past, searching for clues to unlock its mystery. The house murmured and murmured around me, a chorus of whispers that spoke a language only the attuned could decipher. On sleepless nights, I sought solace in the company of the portrait, the moonlight bathing it in a ghostly glow that seemed to breathe life into its unfinished form. In those quiet hours, I heard faint melodies woven into the shadows, evoking memories long forgotten. With each visit, the painting revealed new facets of itself, mirroring my own emotions and thoughts back to me in a dance of light and shadow. It became a mirror of my soul, reflecting the depths of my being in ways I had never imagined. As the seasons changed outside the attic window, a realization began to dawn within me. The portrait's incompleteness was not a flaw but a deliberate choice, a testament to the ever-evolving nature of existence. It was a reminder that perfection is not found in completion, but in the endless pursuit of growth and transformation. I became the custodian of the portrait, a guardian of its secrets and its mysteries. The attic transformed into a sanctuary where time held no sway, where the boundaries between reality and imagination blurred like the edges of the unfinished painting. Years drifted by, but my bond with the portrait remained unbroken. I documented the subtle changes that unfolded across its surface, capturing the essence of its perpetual metamorphosis. Yet, in the silence of those attic nights, words were unnecessary as I communed with the enigmatic presence that had become a part of my very being. The portrait, with its unfinished beauty, taught me a profound truth that true completion lies not in reaching an end, but in embracing the journey, in savoring each moment of becoming. It continues to evolve, a living testament to the power of the unseen, inviting all who gaze upon it to embark on their own journey of self-discovery. The mystery of the portrait remains unsolved, a riddle without an answer. And yet, in its enigma lies its greatest gift, the gift of endless possibility, of infinite wonder waiting to be unraveled in the hushed, dust-filled light of the attic. Story 33. On a midnight journey home, the almost empty subway car felt unusually heavy. In the distant corner, a solitary figure sat silently, its gaze fixed on me as the train rumbled through shadowy tunnels. The air hung thick with the mingling scents of sweat and stagnant air, and an eerie feeling of being observed settled upon me. The gentle sway of the carriage and the rhythmic clatter of wheels on tracks wove a hypnotic melody that typically would have ushered me into slumber. But this night was different. My focus kept drifting back to the stranger, whose mere presence seemed to warp the very essence of reality around them. The fluorescent lights flickered sporadically above, casting peculiar shadows that danced across the worn metal walls. I discerned something peculiar about my fellow traveler. Their silhouette appeared slightly blurred, as if seen through a rain-smeared window. With each blink or shift of my gaze, their contours momentarily sharpened before softening once more. The effect was subtle enough that I might have attributed it to my weary eyes had it not been for what unfolded next. The stranger lifted their hand in what seemed like a greeting, yet the motion left lingering trails in the air, akin to the way sparklers trace light patterns in the night sky. Each gesture sent ripples through the space surrounding them, distorting the advertisements plastered on the walls behind. The temperature within the car seemed to plummet, and a shiver crept up my arms. Time began to stretch and contract, breathing in sync with the rhythmic pulse of the wheels. The gaps between stations elongated, the darkness beyond the windows deepening into an abyss. The usual ambient sounds of the subway, the rush of air, the mechanical groans, the distant echoes, all faded into a velvety hush, leaving only the heartbeat rhythm of wheels on tracks. I found myself scrutinizing their attire, a blend of contemporary and archaic styles. A coat that could have been worn yesterday or a century past, shoes that morphed between fashions when not under direct scrutiny. Their countenance remained shrouded in shadow despite the overhead illumination, as if darkness gravitated towards them. The stranger began to hum, the melody imperceptible to my ears. Instead, I felt the tune reverberating within my chest, an eerie melody evoking childhood lullabies and forgotten reveries. My eyelids grew heavy, yet I resisted, ensnared between comfort and disquiet. Subtle alterations began to manifest within the subway car. Advertisements displayed different images when glanced from the corner of my eye. The metal poles seemed to warp at impossible angles before snapping back to normal upon focus. The windows reflected scenes that defied reality: verdant gardens, grand libraries, distant constellations. The stranger rose slowly, their movement fluid like water in zero gravity. Advancing towards me, I observed their feet barely touching the floor. The air enveloping them shimmered with an opalescent sheen, akin to heat waves rising from sunlit pavement. Their presence exuded an aura of ancient wisdom and infinite patience. Seating themselves across from me, I caught a fleeting glimpse of their visage, kind and ageless, familiar yet impossible to commit to memory. When they spoke, their voice echoed like wind through autumn foliage. "You perceive more than most," they uttered, though their lips remained still. It's rare to encounter one still awake at this hour of reality. I yearned to reply, to voice the myriad inquiries swirling within me, yet found myself cocooned in a profound tranquility. The gentle swaying of the carriage transformed into a cradle, and the darkness outside the windows shifted into a comforting embrace. The stranger's presence no longer felt menacing, but akin to reuniting with an old friend whose name lingered just beyond memory's reach. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself alone in the subway car. The fluorescent lights buzzed with their usual harshness, and the advertisements displayed familiar offerings. The air had reverted to its customary temperature, and the subway's sounds resumed their regular cadence. Nonetheless, a change had transpired. In the window's reflection, a subtle iridescence clung to my garments, akin to dewdrops on a spider's web. In my pocket, I discovered a ticket stub I had no recollection of acquiring, inscribed with characters from an unknown alphabet that I comprehended effortlessly. Henceforth, whenever I journey on the late-night subway, I pay heed to my fellow passengers. Occasionally, when the light aligns just so, I glimpse blurred outlines and lingering afterimages. And on rare occasions, I perceive a distant humming that resonates not in my ears, but within my very being, a reminder that reality is far more malleable than we envision, particularly within those threshold spaces between here and there, between consciousness and slumber. Story 34. On a misty evening, I strolled past an abandoned playground where rusty swings swayed softly in the gentle breeze. Amid the cool air, a faint, nearly imperceptible laughter lingered, a whisper of joyous voices that once danced through the atmosphere. The mingling scents of damp grass and aged metal wrapped around me, leaving behind a peculiar sensation that the playground still pulsed with memories of laughter lost to time's grasp. Intrigued, I gravitated towards the weathered bench near the slide, its wooden slats polished smooth by generations of parents who had watched their children frolic. The playground's metal structure cast elongated shadows in the dimming light, forming shifting, dancing patterns when caught in the corner of my eye. A soft wind rustled through the encircling trees, carrying with it the earthy fragrance of autumn leaves. That initial evening, I convinced myself I was merely exploring a different path home, seeking solace after a taxing day. Yet there was an allure in the playground's tranquil seclusion that beckoned me back night after night, each visit peeling back new layers of its enigmatic aura. It had become my refuge, a place where time seemed to ebb and flow in a peculiar rhythm. One hushed evening, perched on my customary bench, I noticed a peculiar sight on the carousel. Though untouched by human hands, the metal horse figures gleamed with an unusual warmth, as if recently caressed by tiny, eager fingers. An enigmatic static hung in the air around them, akin to the faint echo of children's laughter lingering in the gaps between sounds. In the ensuing weeks, subtle transformations in the playground came to my attention. Swings would sway gently without a breath of wind. Faint footprints would materialize in the morning dew only to vanish as the sun ascended. The metal slide, typically cold and damp with evening mist, occasionally exuded a warmth to the touch, as though someone had just slid down its length. I began carrying a notebook, chronicling these peculiar occurrences. Patterns emerged as I delved deeper into observation. The phantom laughter, first heard on that misty night, seemed to adhere to a schedule, almost becoming discernible at specific twilight hours, particularly when the moon shone full and mist crept in from the nearby woods. Always lingering at the brink of audibility, the laughter resembled a whisper in a dream, tantalizingly close yet just out of grasp. The other park visitors, a procession of dog walkers and joggers, seemed oblivious to the playground's anomalies, glossing over the equipment as if it were invisible. But I knew better. I discerned that this place harbored something extraordinary, a secret unveiled solely to those willing to truly listen and observe. One dusk, I encountered a small red ball stationary atop the carousel platform. As I drew near, it shifted slightly, nudged by an unseen force. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation, and for a fleeting moment, children's melodies hummed beyond my audible range. The ball rolled in a perfect circle around the carousel's central pole. That night, I lingered longer than usual, watching as the moon ascended above the trees. The playground's shadows seemed to undulate independently. The swings moved in harmonious sway, creating a mesmerizing tempo that synchronized with my heartbeat. The inaudible laughter intensified, not in volume but in presence, enveloping me like a warm embrace. A profound realization washed over me as I sat there. This playground was not haunted conventionally, it was preserved, suspended in a juncture of unadulterated joy. The unheard laughter was the resonance of every child who had ever played there, their elation imprinted on this spot like a photograph developed under light. The enigmatic phenomena were not meant to alarm, but to serve as a reminder of the simple enchantment lingering in places where innocence and creativity once reigned supreme. Presently, months later, I frequent my clandestine playground nearly every evening. I have learned to discern the subtle cues that signify the peak of the inaudible laughter, a particular quality to the mist, a specific hue of twilight, the atmosphere holding its breath in anticipation. Sometimes I bring a book and read softly to the vacant playground, and on those nights the swings sway with purpose, the carousel horses appear to stand prouder, and the laughter, though unheard, feels closer than ever. I have kept this tale to myself, knowing how it might sound to others, yet primarily because I cherish this private bond with a place existing betwixt memory and enchantment. The playground has imparted lessons that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather encountered and treasured. And so I persist in my evening visits, content to be the spectator of a spectacle unfolding in whispers and shadows, accompanied by laughter residing just beyond human ear's grasp. Story 35. On a tranquil night, as a sudden downpour painted the world in shades of gray, I ventured outside to fetch my umbrella. To my surprise, a series of muddy footprints beckoned me away from my doorstep. The rain cascaded down with a rhythmic melody, creating a veil of mystery that wrapped around me, stirring a mix of curiosity and unease in my soul. Beneath the flickering porch light, the raindrops delicately blurred the outlines of each footprint, turning them into vague, dreamlike impressions on the slick concrete. The downpour murmured a lulling white noise that drowned out the usual evening sounds, lulling me into a trance. My breath materialized in wisps of mist as I pondered the enigmatic marks before me. These footprints were unlike any I had seen before. Neither the size nor the shape matched any of my own shoes, yet they carried a sense of familiarity. They bore the signs of deliberate movement, each step placed with meticulous intent. What captured my attention most was their faint shimmer in the dim light, as if they held minuscule fragments of moonbeams within. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I began to trace the trail, my own footsteps whispering softly against the wet ground, harmonizing with the gentle patter of rain on my coat. The air carried the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil, intertwined with a subtle sweetness reminiscent of old books and dried flowers. The footprints navigated through my garden with uncanny precision, weaving between the flora without disturbing a single leaf or petal. It was as though the maker of these prints possessed an intimate knowledge of where to tread. The path led me deeper into the garden, where droplets adorned leaves and petals like glistening pearls on a string. The night-blooming jasmine exuded its ethereal fragrance, mingling with the misty air. As I followed the path, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The raindrops around the footprints hesitated before touching the ground, forming ephemeral spheres of suspended water for a fleeting moment. This subtle detail, almost imperceptible, whispered of a hidden magic woven into the fabric of the night. The garden path unveiled a clearing, a sacred space where the footprints converged in a perfect circle, as if their creator had pivoted gracefully in place. Within this circle, the grass appeared different, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, each blade swaying in an unseen breeze. Kneeling down, I reached out to touch the grass, feeling a coolness that carried a gentle vibration, a hum that resonated through my fingertips. Amidst the steady rain, each drop seemed to sing a silent melody as it descended to the earth. Upon rising, I noticed that the footprints continued beyond the circle, but they had transformed, becoming fainter, almost ethereal against the dark soil. The haunting fragrance from earlier permeated the air, infusing me with a sense of tranquility. Following the fading trail led me to the ancient oak tree at the edge of my property, its branches stretching like protective guardians above me. The footprints ceased at the tree's base, merging with the natural patterns of the bark, blurring the line between human and nature. Pressing my palm against the wet bark, I felt a subtle pulse, a heartbeat echoing through the tree. Water cascaded down its trunk, forming intricate patterns that seemed to hint at elusive messages, dissolving before my eyes. In that moment, a profound shift enveloped the atmosphere, a gentle electricity that crackled like the promise of a hidden rainbow. The The raindrops orchestrated a silent ballet, weaving patterns of light and shadow in a dance that mirrored an unseen symphony. Though I never laid eyes on my elusive visitor, their presence had imbued my garden with a touch of magic. Even after retreating indoors, I carried remnants of their essence, a lingering fragrance that clung to my clothes, a reminder of the enigmatic encounter. On quiet, rainy nights, I find myself drawn outside, yearning to uncover fresh footprints that may lead me on a new journey of mystery. While the visitor remains unseen, their legacy endures in the way the rain whispers secrets to the earth, in the way my garden blooms, in the way the old oak tree whispers its ancient tales. As I pen these words by lamplight with another storm brewing outside, I ponder if the visitor merely passed through or if they etched a part of themselves into the soul of this place. Sometimes, as I drift into slumber to the lullaby of raindrops, I swear I hear faint footsteps blending with the rain's symphony, a reminder that some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than seen. Story 36. In the hush of an unusually cool night, I found myself drawn to the outskirts of town, where a forgotten train yard lay silent and still. The rusted tracks gleamed softly under the moon's pale light, leading me towards an old signal tower that flickered intermittently, like a secret beckoning from the shadows. The air was heavy with the scent of rust and dampness, a symphony of decay that mingled with the rhythmic pulse of that lone light, casting a spell of mystery over the abandoned yard. As I wandered through the gravel, the soft crunch beneath my feet was accompanied by the gentle sigh of wind whispering through the hollow train cars, a haunting melody of forgotten journeys. The stillness that hung in the air was palpable, as if time itself had paused in this desolate place, leaving behind only echoes of the past. Moths flitted around the few working lampposts, their delicate shadows dancing across the weathered metal surfaces, adding to the surreal atmosphere that enveloped me. But it was that solitary blinking light in the tower that captured my attention, its irregular pattern drawing me closer with a magnetic pull. It seemed to hold a secret, a message buried within its enigmatic glow that tugged at the edges of my memory, teasing me with glimpses of something half-remembered. The darkness of the tower's windows only served to amplify the significance of that elusive light, guiding me towards its source with each flicker. Pushing open the slightly ajar door, a mournful creak accompanied my entry into the tower, where the air hummed with a charged energy that set my senses on edge. Each creaking step up the wooden stairs released the scent of age and abandonment, leading me to a forgotten control room filled with antiquated machinery. Switches and dials lined the walls, relics of a bygone era, but it was the ancient signal lamp that stole the spotlight, pulsing with a mesmerizing light that defied explanation. As I stood transfixed by the hypnotic glow, a strange realization crept over me. The light seemed to respond to my presence, syncing its rhythm with the cadence of my breath. A connection, ethereal yet undeniable, formed between us, as if the room itself was alive with the echoes of long-lost conversations and the ghostly whispers of travelers from another time. Seated in an old operator's chair, I became lost in the dance of light and shadow, tracing the faded memories etched into the control panel with reverent fingers. Time slipped away as I sat there, enveloped in the gentle pulse of the signal lamp and the nocturnal symphony that surrounded me. The owl's haunting call merged with the rustle of wind through broken windows, weaving a tapestry of solitude that cocooned me in a tranquil embrace. Gradually, the light's pattern began to shift, morphing into intricate shapes that seemed to form a language of their own, a silent code that whispered secrets only my heart could understand. In that moment of revelation, a shiver traced its way down my spine, for I realized that I was not alone in the presence of that ancient light. It was watching me, not with malice, but with a curiosity as old as time itself. Its warm glow reached out, painting cryptic messages on the walls in shadows of Morse code, each flicker a story waiting to be deciphered. Lost in the labyrinth of time, I unearthed dusty logbooks filled with the faded ink of long-forgotten journeys, each entry a thread in the tapestry of the light's enigmatic tale. The last page I turned revealed a cryptic message penned decades ago: "The light knows the way home." Beneath it, a series of dots and dashes formed a code that eluded my understanding, yet resonated deep within my soul. When I finally left the tower, the pulse of the light followed me, a silent companion in the night, drawing me back with its siren song of mystery and nostalgia. On quiet evenings, I find myself attuned to the echo of that flickering light, my breath matching its ancient rhythm as I ponder the unfinished story it whispers into the darkness. Some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather felt in the depths of our being, like a half-remembered dream that lingers on the edge of consciousness, a reminder of the enigmatic beauty that dwells in the spaces between certainty and wonder. Story 37. In the late hours of the night, I found myself drawn to an abandoned arcade perched on the city's outskirts. The neon lights flickered erratically, casting fleeting shadows over the dusty game machines. Amidst the profound stillness, a gentle hum resonated from the depths of the arcade, weaving through the air like a lullaby. The faint aroma of stale popcorn and faded excitement lingered, infusing the space with a melancholic nostalgia, as if the arcade whispered tales of laughter and wistful memories. Tracing my fingertips along the weathered plastic surfaces of the game cabinets, I felt the intricate textures beneath layers of dust accumulated over time. Each step I took left soft imprints in the thin carpet of gray powder blanketing the floor. My breath seemed to meld with the subtle electrical hum that enveloped the arcade, creating a strangely soothing cadence. In the dim glow, I discerned faded artwork on the machine's fantastical realms and characters now mere ghostly remnants. Some screens flickered weakly, displaying fragmented images that danced like ethereal visions. One game in particular captured my attention, an aging racing simulator with a weathered leather seat and a steering wheel that seemed to shift imperceptibly on its own. The temperature plummeted noticeably as I ventured further into the arcade, the hum intensifying into a melodious harmony, akin to a distant choir singing in unison. I found myself swaying gently to the rhythmic pulse, my movements synchronized with the mysterious energy permeating the space. A narrow corridor led me to what appeared to be the maintenance area, adorned with vintage posters advertising long-forgotten games. Each footstep elicited whispers from the aged floorboards, harmonizing with the arcade's enigmatic symphony. The hum seemed to react to my presence, fluctuating in pitch and intensity as I progressed. At the corridor's end stood an ancient wooden door, its peeling paint resembling intricate circuit patterns. The brass handle felt surprisingly warm as I turned it, the hum swelling to fill my senses. Beyond the door lay a small room bathed in a soft blue luminescence. Arcade motherboards adorned the walls, their LED lights blinking in cryptic patterns. At the room's center, an archaic computer terminal hummed with a mesmerizing energy, its screen alive with scrolling text of unfathomable origin. The characters appeared to blend game code with something ancient and profound, pulsing in waves that stirred the dust particles into celestial patterns. Seated in a creaking operator's chair, I succumbed to the hypnotic allure of the display. The The text on the screen began to form elusive patterns, reminiscent of half-remembered dreams upon awakening. My fingers hovered over the aged keyboard, instinctively typing without conscious direction. The hum synchronized with my keystrokes, creating a harmonious duet between human and machine. Time lost its grasp within that ethereal chamber, the blue light seeping into my skin while the hum reverberated within my very core. I transcribed stories of forgotten game worlds and dreams lost to time, the machine responding with cryptic tales conveyed through bursts of static and fragments of code that resonated with profound meaning. When I rose from the chair, my limbs felt stiff, the passage of time a mystery within that timeless space. The arcade now felt not abandoned, but expectant. The game cabinet stood sentinel, their screens hinting at new worlds waiting to be unfurled. Tracing my path back through the arcade, I brushed my fingers against the machines, each responding with a gentle surge of energy, harmonizing with the ever-present hum. The racing game's steering wheel now motionless, yet its screen depicted a road stretching into eternity, bathed in a digital dawn. Glancing back as I exited, the neon lights ceased their erratic dance, casting a warm, steady glow. The arcade's hum settled into a tranquil purr, akin to a slumbering electronic behemoth. In that moment, I knew I would return, beckoned by the melodic silence and the promise of untold stories awaiting discovery within the realm between games. Stepping outside, the hum lingered as a subtle vibration in my chest, a reminder of the night's enigmatic symphony. Sometimes, in the hushed moments before dawn, I still sense its call, the harmonious blend of memory and mystique, forever echoing in the deserted arcade. Story 38, deep within the shadowy depths of a revered library, a hidden alcove beckoned me, concealed behind towering shelves of ancient manuscripts long forgotten. The soft, ethereal light filtering through a weathered window illuminated the dusty tomes and relics that held whispers of bygone wisdom. The air was heavy with the fragrant aroma of leather-bound volumes and aged paper, enveloping me in a sense of reverence, as if I had stumbled upon a sacred haven reserved for the most inquisitive of minds. As the guardian of the library by night, I had become attuned to the gentle nocturnal symphony that enveloped the building, the subtle creaking of wooden shelves readjusting, the faint whisper of wind caressing century-old ventilation shafts, and the distant rhythmic ticking of the grand clock in the main hall. Yet this hidden nook held a different aura, as if it existed in a realm untouched by the march of time, a sanctuary isolated from the modern world beyond the library's ancient walls. Drawn inexplicably to this enigmatic space during my nightly patrols, I observed the moon's silvery beams casting ever-shifting patterns through a stained glass window, painting the floor with intricate designs that seemed to form cryptic symbols reminiscent of forgotten languages. In moments of profound stillness, I fancied I could discern the faint rustle of pages turning, though I knew myself to be solitary in this secluded enclave. One fateful night, as I perused the volumes lining the walls of my sanctuary, a peculiar realization dawned upon me. The weathered spines of the books, smoothed by the touch of countless hands over centuries, seemed to align in a deliberate configuration when viewed from certain angles. The varying heights, subtle hues, and precise placements hinted at a hidden purpose, a design beyond mere chance. Thus began my silent study of these ancient tomes, meticulously documenting their positions and observing how the moonlight danced upon them, revealing ornate gilt lettering that shifted with the passage of time, unveiling cryptic texts in languages unfamiliar to my eyes. The air within the nook grew dense with the weight of untold narratives, weaving a tapestry of intrigue and mystery around me. In my exploration, I chanced upon a singular volume that exuded a warmth as if freshly held by another seeker of knowledge. Its pages, ostensibly blank, shimmered faintly under the beam of my flashlight at the stroke of midnight, words materializing and dissolving like wisps of smoke, eluding my attempts to decipher their elusive message. The tolling of the grand clock guided me through the nocturnal hours as I delved deeper into the enigma of the Nook, noting subtle shifts in the arrangement of the books, anomalies in the night sky framed by the window, and an uncanny sensation of a spectral presence lingering at my shoulder. My fellow sentinels remarked upon the transformation overtaking me, as I conversed fluently on the library's history, as though I had borne witness to its inception centuries past. An understanding of ancient tongues blossomed within me, and my dreams became a kaleidoscope of visions, revealing vast chambers of knowledge extending far beyond the physical confines of the library. Yet the zenith of my discovery unfolded on a wintry night beneath the luminous gaze of a full moon, when a tome descended from its shelf to rest open at my feet, disclosing a narrative of a clandestine fellowship of librarians who had harnessed the power to enshrine knowledge not solely in words, but in the very essence of space itself. In that moment, I comprehended that I had been chosen by the Nook, embraced into a legacy that transcended time, a lineage of seekers entwined in a pact with wisdom and mystery. The whispers that had caressed my ears were not mere echoes of a fading past, but the voices of countless minds who had communed in this very spot, contributing their insights to the vast reservoir of knowledge enshrined within the library's ancient walls. Now, as I inscribed this testament by the soft glow of my flashlight, I acknowledge the unfathomable depths of the Nook's enigma. Its mysteries unfurl at their own pace, like ripples on a tranquil lake, revealing revelations on once blank pages. Yet amidst the uncertainty, I find solace in the realization that within the recesses of this time-worn library lies a realm where the boundaries of reality blur, where wisdom flows endlessly, and where the act of reading transcends the constraints of time and space. I continue my nightly vigil, a guardian of both the library and its arcane wonders. The Nook remains a patient sentinel in its secluded alcove, awaiting the next seeker whose curiosity may lead them to its threshold. And on nights when the moon hangs low and silence reigns supreme, I swear I can discern the soft rustle of pages turning, as if unseen companions partake in my watch, united by the timeless enchantment of words and the enigmas they hold.